Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I still can't shake what happened that night at my grandparents' house in Pampanga, even though it's been 15 years since it happened. I was just 9 years old, but the memory is burned into my mind like it was yesterday. It happened during our summer vacation visit to my dad's hometown in the Philippines. My dad had brought me and my siblings to stay with our grandparents for 3 weeks. I was super excited because I hadn't seen my cousins in forever. And their house was this huge, old, ancestral home that had been in our family for generations. The place was massive but kind of weird. Half of it was renovated with nice new walls and floors, while the other half was still the original structure from like the 1940s. My grandparents rented out some of the renovated rooms to boarders to make extra money, but the family still used most of the house. We arrived in the afternoon, and I remember being instantly creeped out by the place. Don't get me wrong, I was happy to see everyone, but something about that house just felt off. The renovated parts were bright and airy, but the old sections had this heavy feeling. The wooden floors creaked with every step, and the hallways were narrow with these old, faded photos of relatives I'd never met hanging on the walls. My grandma showed us to our rooms upstairs. My sister Liz and I shared a room in the renovated section, while my older brother got his own room down the hall. Our cousins Joey and Anna lived there year-round, so they had rooms in the nicest part of the house. That first day went by fast. We played in the yard, had a big family dinner, and I was exhausted by nightfall. But the jet lag hit me hard, and I woke up around 11:30 p.m., completely unable to go back to sleep. I heard the TV on downstairs and figured someone else was up too. I crept down the wooden staircase, trying not to wake anyone. The stairs were the original ones, dark wood that creaked so loud I thought I'd wake up the whole house. When I got downstairs, I found Joey, Anna, and my sister Liz all watching some game show in the kitchen. The kitchen was a weird mix of old and new, modern appliances, but the original wooden cabinets and this ancient-looking sink. "Hey, Miguel. Can't sleep either," Joey said. He was 12, and I thought he was the coolest person ever. I shook my head and joined them at the table. Liz scooted over to make room for me. "The adults are all asleep," Anna whispered. She was 14 and always acted like she was in charge. "We're supposed to go to bed before midnight, but we always stay up and watch TV when they're asleep." I felt like I was part of some secret club now. The kitchen had this small TV on a countertop, and we were all huddled around it, keeping the volume low. The boarders were asleep too. There were 3 of them, all college students who rented rooms on the far side of the house. We must have watched TV for about 30 minutes. It was nearing midnight when I started to feel uneasy. The house seemed to get quieter, if that makes sense. Like the normal creaks and settling sounds just stopped, and there was this pressure in the air. That's when we heard it. Footsteps, fast, light footsteps, like kids running back and forth upstairs, right above our heads. "What's that?" I whispered, looking up at the ceiling. Joey and Anna exchanged this look that made my stomach drop. "It's probably just Tito Ramon," Liz said, talking about one of our uncles who was staying in one of the rooms upstairs. Joey shook his head slowly. "Tito Ramon's room is on the other side. That's coming from the old section. No one's sleeping there right now." The footsteps continued, back and forth, like someone racing across the floor. It wasn't just one person either. It sounded like multiple pairs of feet, running and stopping and running again. "Should we go check?" I asked, though I really didn't want to. Anna shushed me. "Just wait," she whispered, her eyes fixed on the ceiling, and then everything changed. The footsteps stopped. There was this moment of complete silence that felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. Then we heard it, a single heavy step at the top of the stairs, like someone had jumped onto the landing. My blood went cold. I looked toward the doorway that led to the staircase. The stairs were just visible from where we sat, the bottom steps illuminated by the kitchen light, while the top disappeared into darkness. Thump, 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 something was coming down the stairs, but it wasn't footsteps anymore. It was like something sliding or gliding down, hitting each step with a dull sound. Then we saw it. I'll never forget it as long as I live. A cloud of brown smoke or wind, I don't even know how to describe it, came rushing down the stairs. It wasn't transparent like normal smoke. It was dense, solid-looking, brownish in color, moving like it had a purpose. And the weirdest part? It made these stopping sounds as it descended, like it was physically touching each step. None of us moved. I couldn't even breathe. My sister grabbed my arm so tight it hurt, but I barely felt it. We just sat there, frozen, as this thing reached the bottom of the stairs. The brown wind or smoke or whatever it was paused at the bottom step for a split second. Then it surged forward into the kitchen, whipping past the table where we sat. It moved so fast, rushing right past the TV, causing the picture to static for a moment. It headed straight for the sink on the other side of the kitchen. The glasses on the drying rack started to rattle and clink against each other, like someone was shaking the whole counter. One glass spun in place, but didn't fall. I wanted to run, to scream, to do something, but I couldn't move a muscle. None of us could. We just sat there watching this impossible thing happen right in front of us. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, the brown wind changed direction. It rushed back past us, this time so close I felt the air move against my face. It wasn't cold like I thought it would be. It was warm, like someone's breath. It headed back to the stairs, racing up them, making that same thumping sound on each step. As it went up, the picture frames on the wall beside the staircase began to shake. One of them, a photo of my grandpa when he was young, fell off the wall and crashed to the floor, the glass shattering. And then silence. Complete, absolute silence. We sat there for I don't know how long, none of us daring to speak or move. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might explode out of my chest. My mouth was completely dry. Finally, Anna stood up. Her hands were shaking. "We should go to bed," she whispered. "What was that?" I managed to ask, my voice sounding strange and small. Joey just shook his head. "Let's just go upstairs." "But that thing is upstairs," Liz said, still clutching my arm. "It's gone now," Anna said with a certainty I didn't understand. "It always goes away after." Always. This had happened before. We abandoned the TV and crept up the stairs together, huddled in a tight group. I was terrified of finding that brown wind waiting for us, but the upstairs hallway was empty and still. The only evidence of what had happened was the broken picture frame at the bottom of the stairs. None of us slept well that night. I shared Liz's bed, too scared to be alone, and we kept the lights on until dawn. Every creak, every sound made us jump. The next morning at breakfast, I was still shaken. I kept looking at my sister, Joey, and Anna, waiting for one of them to mention what happened. But they all acted normal, eating their breakfast and chatting like nothing had occurred. When the adults left the kitchen, I finally burst out, "Are we not going to talk about what happened last night?" Joey glanced at his sister, then at me. "What's there to talk about? It happens sometimes." "What do you mean it happens sometimes?" I demanded. "What was that thing?" Anna shrugged. "No one knows. It's just part of the house." "Has it hurt anyone?" Liz asked quietly. "No," Joey said. "It just appears, makes noise, moves things around, then disappears until next time." I couldn't believe how casual they were being. "Shouldn't we tell Dad? Or Lolo and Lola?" I suggested, referring to our grandparents. Joey and Anna both laughed, but it wasn't a happy sound. "They know," Anna said. "Everyone who's lived here knows." Later that day, I worked up the courage to tell my dad. We were in the garden. and I pulled him aside, nervous but determined to get some answers. "Dad, last night we saw something weird in the house," I started. He looked at me with this expression I couldn't read. "What kind of weird?" I told him everything. The footsteps, the brown wind coming down the stairs, the rattling glasses, the fallen picture frame. The whole time, his face didn't change. He didn't look surprised or scared or even like he thought I was making it up. When I finished, he just sighed and put his hand on my shoulder. "That old house has a lot of history, Miguel. Sometimes that history doesn't stay in the past." "So you've seen it too?" I asked. He nodded slowly. "When I was about your age, and my father before me." "What is it?" "I don't know," he admitted. "No one does. But it's been here as long as the house has. Your Lolo says his grandfather built this house, and even he used to talk about strange things happening." "Aren't you scared of it?" I couldn't understand how everyone was so calm about this. Dad thought for a moment. "It was scary the first time, but it's never hurt anyone. It's just there. Like the creaky step or the door that won't close properly. It's part of the house." I couldn't wrap my head around it. How could they all just accept this? A ghost or spirit or whatever it was, just casually haunting their house and everyone acting like it was normal. That night, I made sure to be in bed well before midnight. I didn't want to see that thing again, but I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about what my dad had said, about the history not staying in the past. The following day, I tried asking my grandmother about the house's history. "Lola, why does the house have—" I struggled to find the right words. "Why does strange stuff happen here?" She was kneading dough for pandesal, and she didn't look up. "This land has been in our family for many generations, Miguel. Before the house, there was another house. And before that, who knows? The land remembers things we forget." "But the brown smoke," she cut me off. "We don't talk about these things in daylight. It brings bad luck." And that was that. No one would give me straight answers. Throughout the rest of our stay, I was constantly on edge, especially after dark. I made sure I was never alone in the old parts of the house. I avoided the staircase at night. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see that brown wind materialize at any moment. We didn't see it again during that visit, but every night I'd hear things. Footsteps upstairs when no one was there, whispers in empty rooms, doors opening and closing on their own. Once, I swear I heard children laughing in the attic at 3 a.m., but when I mentioned it the next day, my cousin Joey just nodded like I'd commented on the weather. By the time we left to go back home, I was exhausted from constant vigilance and lack of sleep. Part of me was relieved to be leaving, but another part was frustrated by all the unanswered questions. Years passed. I grew up, went to college, started my own life. But I never forgot what I saw that night. Sometimes I'd convince myself it was just a childhood imagination, a story I'd made up or dreamed. But then I'd call Liz, and she'd remember it exactly as I did. It really happened. I've been back to that house several times as an adult. My grandparents still live there, though they've renovated more of it now. The last time I visited 2 years ago, I finally worked up the courage to ask my grandfather directly about the brown wind. We were sitting on the porch, just the two of us, watching the sunset. I figured if anyone would give me a straight answer, it would be him. "Lolo," I said, "I need to ask you about something I saw here when I was a kid." He looked at me, his eyes knowing. "The brown shadow," he said before I could even describe it. I nodded, surprised that he'd named it so directly. "Your father saw it. I saw it. My father saw it," he said simply. "It's been here longer than any of us." "But what is it? A ghost? A demon?" He shook his head slowly. "Those are words people use when they don't understand something. I don't think it's either of those things." "Then what?" He was quiet for a long time, watching the sky turn from orange to purple. Finally, he said, When they first built this house, workers found something buried in the ground. Old bones, very old. Not just one person, many. No one knows who they were or how they died. A chill ran through me. What did they do with the bones? Reburied them under the house. He pointed toward the oldest section of the building. Right there. The priest came and blessed the ground, but he shrugged, and the brown shadow started appearing after that. It was always here, he said. But yes, that's when people started seeing it inside the house. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept thinking about those bones under the floorboards, about generations of my family living with this unexplainable presence, accepting it as part of their daily lives. Around midnight, I heard it again. The sound of running footsteps upstairs, directly above my room. I froze, listening. Part of me wanted to go investigate, to finally face this thing as an adult. But I couldn't make myself move. The footsteps stopped. I held my breath, waiting, and then I felt it, a warm breeze across my face, though all the windows were closed. There was a faint smell I couldn't identify, something earthy and ancient. I kept perfectly still, my eyes darting around the dark room. I never saw the brown wind that night, but I know it was there, checking on me, remembering me from years ago. And somehow I knew it would always be there, long after my grandparents were gone, long after I was gone. It would remain in that house, running up and down those stairs, rattling glasses, knocking down pictures, part of my family's history that would never be explained. I've tried researching similar phenomena, looking for scientific explanations or similar accounts from other old houses. I've never found anything that matches what we experienced. Whatever dwells in my grandparents' ancestral home seems to be unique to that place, tied to that land and the mysteries buried beneath it. To this day, I still dream about that brown wind rushing down the stairs. I still feel that moment of absolute terror when it paused at the bottom step before surging into the kitchen. And sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment at night, I swear I can hear the faint sound of footsteps running back and forth above me, even though I live on the top floor. Story 2. I still get chills thinking about that night in 2001. I've never told many people about it because, honestly, who would believe me? But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. Back then, I was 23 and had just moved into this mobile home in Pinewood Estates with my buddy Trevor. It wasn't anything fancy, just your typical double-wide with thin walls and creaky floors, but the rent was cheap and it was close enough to where we both worked. We'd only been living there for about 3 months when it happened. Our setup was pretty simple. Trevor had the bigger bedroom near the front of the trailer, and I took the smaller one at the very back, down this narrow hallway. The layout meant you had to walk through the living room and kitchen to get to my room. Between our work schedules and Trevor's active social life, we often went days barely seeing each other, despite living in the same place. Trevor was definitely the social one between us. He'd go out almost every Friday and Saturday night, hitting up bars or parties, while I was more of a homebody. It became kind of a routine that whenever he'd get home from a night out, usually sometime between 1 and 3 a.m., he'd knock on my door if my light was still on to tell me about whatever crazy stuff happened that night. I didn't mind. His stories were usually entertaining, and it was our main way of catching up. That Saturday night in November, I remember it was unusually cold for Alabama. I was bundled up in my room with this old scratchy blanket my mum had given me, watching some forgettable late-night movie on my tiny TV. The heater in the trailer was making that rattling sound it always did when it kicked on, and outside, the wind was whipping around, making the whole place creak. It was around 12:30 a.m. when I heard the front door open. I remember checking the time on my alarm clock because I was surprised Trevor was home so early. Usually, he didn't roll in until much later, especially on Saturdays. I heard the distinct sound of the front door closing, followed by Trevor's heavy footsteps in the kitchen. I could tell it was him, because he always had this specific way of walking, a bit heavier on his right foot than his left, creating this subtle, uneven rhythm. To be honest, I wasn't in the mood for one of his drunken stories that night. I was tired, comfortable in my bed, and just wanted to finish my movie in peace. So I reached over and turned off my bedside lamp, thinking if he saw no light under my door, he'd assume I was asleep and leave me alone until morning. The footsteps continued through the kitchen. I heard the fridge open and close, another one of Trevor's habits when he got home. Then the footsteps moved into the hallway, heading toward my room. They stopped right outside my door. I lay there in the darkness, holding my breath, hoping he'd just go away. But then I heard something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Breathing. Heavy, rhythmic breathing, right on the other side of my door. At first I thought, great, he's really drunk and trying to decide whether to knock or not. But something felt off. He wasn't knocking, which was unusual. Trevor never hesitated to bang on my door, no matter what time it was, and the breathing sounded different somehow. It wasn't the exaggerated breathing of someone drunk. It was measured, deliberate, almost like someone trying to control their breathing while listening intently. The breathing continued for what felt like forever, but was probably about a minute. Then it just stopped. I expected to hear footsteps walking away, back down the hall to Trevor's room. But there was nothing. Complete silence. I lay there in the darkness, straining my ears. Our mobile home was old and noisy. You couldn't move without making some kind of sound. The floors creaked, the walls were thin, and sound carried easily. There was no way someone could walk away from my door without me hearing it. But there was nothing. No footsteps. No creaking floorboards, just this heavy, oppressive silence that seemed to fill the entire trailer. 5 minutes passed. I know because I kept glancing at my alarm clock, watching the minutes tick by agonizingly slowly. 5 minutes of absolute silence, during which my heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe Trevor had just stood there for a minute, decided not to bother me, and somehow managed to walk away super quietly. Maybe I'd fallen asleep briefly and missed the sound of him walking away. Maybe the wind outside had masked his footsteps. But deep down, I knew none of those explanations made sense. Finally, after those 5 terrifying minutes, I couldn't take it anymore. I needed to know if Trevor was still standing outside my door. I slid out of bed as quietly as possible, my feet hitting the cold floor. I remember my hands shaking as I reached for the doorknob. I took a deep breath, turned the knob, and yanked the door open quickly. There was no one there. The hallway was completely empty and pitch dark. No lights were on anywhere in the trailer. I stood there frozen for a moment, my heart racing, straining my eyes to adjust to the darkness. "Trevor?" I called out, my voice sounding small and scared even to my own ears. No response. I forced myself to walk down the hallway, flicking on lights as I went. The living room was empty, so was the kitchen. Trevor's bedroom door was open, and his room was dark and unoccupied. I checked the bathroom. Empty. That's when true panic started to set in. I rushed to the front door and found it locked from the inside, just as we always left it. Looking out the window, I saw that Trevor's beat-up Chevy wasn't in its usual spot. He wasn't home. He had never been home. My mind was racing. I had heard the front door open and close. I had heard footsteps, Trevor's distinctive footsteps, move through the kitchen and down the hall. I'd heard breathing outside my door, but Trevor wasn't here, and there was no sign anyone had been here. I checked all the windows and doors. Everything was locked from the inside. There was no way someone could have entered and left without me knowing. I went back to my room and grabbed my phone, my hands shaking so badly I could barely dial Trevor's number. It went straight to voicemail. I tried again. Same result. I sat on the edge of my bed trying to make sense of what had just happened. Had I imagined it all? Was I losing my mind? I knew I hadn't been dreaming. I was wide awake watching TV when I heard the door open. Then a terrifying thought occurred to me. What if someone or something had been mimicking Trevor's movements? The thought made me feel physically sick. I turned on every light in the trailer and grabbed a kitchen knife. There was no way I was going back to sleep. I sat in the living room, knife in hand, jumping at every creak and groan the old trailer made as the wind buffeted it. At 2:17 a.m., I still remember the exact time, I heard a car pull up outside. I rushed to the window and saw Trevor's Chevy. Relief flooded through me, followed immediately by a new wave of dread. If that was Trevor coming home now, then what had I heard earlier? When Trevor walked in, he found me sitting in the living room, wide-eyed and clutching a knife. "Whoa, dude, what the hell?" he said, stopping in his tracks. I must have looked like a complete lunatic, but I didn't care. "Where have you been?" I demanded. "At Melissa's party in Birmingham I told you yesterday," he said, looking confused. "What's going on? Why are you sitting here with a knife?" Birmingham was over an hour's drive away. There was no way he could have come home earlier, then gone back and returned again. My mouth was dry as I asked, "You haven't been home at all tonight? Not even for a minute?" "No, man. I went straight from work to Birmingham. Been there all night. What's going on? You're freaking me out." I told him everything, about hearing him come home, the footsteps in the kitchen, the breathing outside my door, the complete silence after. With each detail, Trevor's face grew more serious. "That wasn't me, Alex," he said quietly when I finished. "I swear I was in Birmingham the whole time. Look." He pulled out his phone and showed me a series of time-stamped photos from the party. The latest one was from 11:47 p.m., less than an hour before I heard him come home. We searched the entire trailer together, looking for any sign of an intruder, but found nothing. No open windows, no forced locks, nothing missing or out of place. It was as if whatever had been outside my door had simply vanished. We barely slept that night, and the next day we went through the neighbors to see if anyone had noticed anything strange. No one had. A few days later, the property manager confirmed no one else had a key to our place except for maintenance, and they never worked weekends. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, but deep down, I knew what I heard. Those were Trevor's distinctive footsteps. Whatever was in our trailer that night knew exactly how he moved, knew his habits like opening the fridge when he got home, knew he always came to my door when my light was on. It knew exactly how to pretend to be him, right up until that moment of standing silently, breathing outside my door. We stayed in that trailer for another 2 months before finding a new place. Nothing like that ever happened again, but I never felt comfortable there after that night. I'd lie awake listening for footsteps, jumping at every sound. To this day, I don't know what was in our home that night. Was it a ghost? Some kind of supernatural entity that could mimic people? Or something worse that I don't even have a name for? All I know is that something stood outside my bedroom door that night, breathing, waiting. And sometimes, when I'm alone in my house late at night, I still find myself listening for footsteps that sound just like someone I know, but can't possibly be them. Story 3. I never believed in ghosts or any of that supernatural crap. I was the guy who'd laugh during horror movies and call BS on those ghost hunting shows. That all changed last year. I bought my house in a quiet neighborhood in Virginia back in February. It was this bourbon-colored place built in 1977. Nothing fancy, but it had good bones and, most importantly, a sweet basement I could turn into my man cave. The price was right, and after years of renting, I was stoked to finally have a place where I could crank my metal music without complaints and have a space for my tools. I'm an automotive technician, been fixing cars since I was 16, and I've always been the rational, fix-what's-broken type. My friends would tell you I was a pretty chill guy, always up for throwing back some whiskey and jamming to Metallica in the garage, never been the jumpy type. The first month was normal. I spent weekends setting up my basement, installing a decent sound system, a mini fridge for my beers, the works. I even had my brother Matt help me install some custom shelving for my vinyl collection. It felt good, you know, like I was finally putting down roots. But then weird shit started happening. Small things at first. I came home from work one day and the overhead fan in the garage was spinning. Not a big deal, right? Except I know I didn't leave it on. I'm meticulous about that stuff. Part of being a mechanic, I guess. You don't leave things running. I brushed it off, figured maybe I hit the switch without thinking that morning. Then it happened again, and again. 3 times in 1 week I'd come home to find that damn fan spinning. I started triple-checking before leaving for work, even taking pictures with my phone to prove to myself I'd turned it off. My brother Matt came to visit about 6 weeks after I moved in. We were drinking beers in the living room when we both saw the doorknob to the hallway turn by itself. Not like a slight movement, the whole thing rotated like someone was on the other side. We stared at each other, and I could tell he was waiting for me to laugh it off. Before I could say anything, the door pushed open. Hard, like someone shoved it. There was nobody there. Matt got super quiet after that. He tried to play it cool, but I noticed he kept looking over his shoulder the rest of the night. When he left the next morning, he asked if I'd noticed anything else weird about the house. I lied and said no. Didn't want him thinking I was losing it. My girlfriend Jess came down from New Jersey to stay for a weekend in April. She's even more skeptical than I am about paranormal stuff. On Saturday morning, we were in the kitchen making breakfast when she froze, staring at the dining room. The plastic storage bins I keep in the corner, the snap lock kind with the blue lids, were opening by themselves. First one, then another. Not flying open, just slowly unlatching and lifting about an inch, then stopping. Jess wouldn't sleep in the house that night. We got a hotel room, and she took an early train back home the next day. She hasn't been back since. I started having trouble sleeping. I'd wake up at 3:18 a.m. almost every night, feeling like someone was standing over my bed. The room would be freezing cold, even though the thermostat showed normal temperature. I'd lie there, unable to move, heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. My buddy Rick came over to help me change the oil in my truck about a month later. We were in the garage, music playing, just shooting the shit while working. Suddenly Rick jumped and spun around, swearing. He said he felt someone breathing on the back of his neck. His face was white as a sheet. I laughed it off, told him it was probably just the air vent. But I knew better. The vents in the garage are on the ceiling. Things escalated from there, fast. I was making dinner one night, chopping vegetables, when I put my knife down on the counter to grab something from the fridge. When I turned back, the knife had moved, not just shifted a little, it fucking jumped 2 inches to the left. I saw it happen. It didn't slide. It literally lifted off the counter and landed in a different spot. Then came the noises. I'd hear things falling inside cabinets when I was the only one home, footsteps upstairs when I was in the basement. Sometimes I'd walk into a room and all the drawers would be open just a crack, every single one of them. My co-worker Mike came over to watch a game one Sunday. We were having a few beers in the basement when we both heard it. A woman screamed coming from upstairs. Not a quick scream, but this prolonged, awful sound that went on for at least 10 seconds. We ran upstairs and checked every room. Nothing, no one. All windows closed and locked from the inside. Mike made some excuse about needing to get home to his kids. I don't blame him. I would have left too if I could. The worst incident happened about 2 weeks later. I was doing laundry when I noticed the attic door was open. Not just unlocked, fully open. You need to understand, this isn't a normal attic door with a pull-down ladder. It's this heavy wooden monstrosity that slides up and over, and it takes significant strength to push it open. Plus, it's about 10 feet up in the hallway ceiling. There's no way it could have opened by itself, and there's no way in hell I left it open. I started asking neighbors about the house's history. Most didn't know much. They were newer to the area than the house. Finally, I talked to this older lady from the HOA who's lived in the neighborhood since the 80s. She got really uncomfortable when I mentioned my address. Turns out the last long-term owner before the people I bought it from was some kind of pastor. He lived alone and, according to her, was this super strict religious type who hated drinking, smoking, and especially loud music. Everything I enjoy, basically. She said when he died, they had to drag him out because he refused to leave even when he was on his deathbed. Something about him saying his work wasn't done yet. That conversation freaked me out more than anything that had happened in the house. That night, I lost it. I stood in the middle of my living room and just started yelling at the empty house. I told whatever was there to fuck off, that this was my house now, and if it didn't like my music or my drinking, it could go to hell. I'm not proud of it, but I was scared and exhausted from not sleeping. Big mistake. That night, all hell broke loose. Around 2 a.m., this deep rumbling sound started coming from inside the walls. The pictures rattled, my bed shook. Then I heard what sounded like a woman moaning, not like a scary ghost moan from movies, but like someone in serious pain. The TV in my bedroom turned on by itself, just static. The bathroom sink faucet turned on full blast. It was like everything in the house was activated at once. I ran out to my truck in my boxers and spent the night there, freezing my ass off because I was too terrified to go back inside. When morning came, I forced myself to go back in. Everything was normal. Faucet off, TV off, no sounds. But all the kitchen cabinets were wide open, and every piece of silverware I owned was on the floor. I've tried to joke about it with my brother. Told him I have 2 roommates who don't pay rent, but he's worried about me. Says I look like shit, that I've lost weight. He's right. I barely sleep anymore. When I do, I have nightmares about being trapped in the attic, unable to breathe. Last week I was dozing on the couch after work when I felt something grab my ankle, hard, left bruises in the shape of fingerprints. That's when I set up cameras, thinking maybe I could catch whatever this is or prove to myself I was just stressed and imagining things. The cameras didn't record anything unusual, but the footage from my bedroom just stops at 3:18 a.m. every night. Dead air for exactly 27 minutes, then it comes back on like nothing happened. I'm at my breaking point. I love this house. It's everything I worked for, but I'm physically falling apart from fear and sleep deprivation. My performance at work is suffering. I've started making careless mistakes on jobs, which is dangerous in my line of work. Last night was the final straw. I woke up to find myself standing in front of the open attic door with no memory of how I got there. There was dirt under my fingernails and a scratch down my back that I can't explain. I don't know what to do. I can't afford to just walk away from my mortgage, but I don't think I can stay here much longer. Whatever is in this house doesn't want me here, and it's getting stronger, more determined. Sometimes I feel like it's watching me, waiting for me to break completely. The pastor who lived here before, the one who had to be dragged out. I think he's still here, and I think he's not alone. I'm writing this from my brother's couch. I told him I had a plumbing issue, but I don't know how long I can keep up the lie. I have to go back tomorrow for work clothes. Just the thought of opening that front door makes me sick to my stomach. I never believed in ghosts before. Now I'm not sure what I believe, except that something is in that house, something that wants me gone, and I'm terrified it's going to get its wish. Story 4. I've never told anyone outside my family about what happened at our old barn. For over 40 years, I've tried to forget it, but some memories don't fade, no matter how much you want them to. It was the summer of 1980. I was 15, and my best friend Derek and I had just finished converting my family's old barn in Riverdale into what we thought would be the ultimate teenage hangout. My dad had stopped using it for farming equipment years before, and when I asked if Derek and I could fix it up, he was all for it. "Better than having you two causing trouble around town," he'd said. We spent weeks cleaning it out, sweeping away years of hay, dust, and whatever else had accumulated in there. We scrubbed the wooden floors until our hands were raw and painted the walls. My uncle gave us his old pool table when he moved. Derek's family donated a card table they didn't use anymore, and we even installed a dartboard. We strung up some lights, brought in an old radio, and boom, we had our own space, away from parents and annoying siblings. The barn itself was about 100 yards from our house, just far enough to feel like we had privacy, but close enough that my parents were comfortable with us hanging out there. It was a typical wooden barn, painted red on the outside, with a hay loft, and it had this heavy wooden door that sometimes got stuck because the wood would swell in the humidity. That night in July, Derek was sleeping over, like he did most weekends. We'd been playing cards in the barn until around midnight. I remember because Derek had just beaten me 3 hands in a row at poker, using matchsticks instead of real money since neither of us had much, and I was getting frustrated. It was hot, even with all the windows open, and we had the radio on low playing some Zeppelin. Then we heard it, bang. The sound was so sudden and loud that we both jumped. It was like someone had slammed their fist against the barn door. "What the hell was that?" Derek asked, his voice cracking. Before I could answer, it happened again. Bang! We both turned toward the door. It was opening just a few inches, and then slamming shut. Over and over. 3, 4 inches open, then slam. 3, 4 inches open, then slam. The radio suddenly seemed too quiet, and all I could hear was my heart pounding and that door repeatedly banging. It wasn't windy that night. There was no storm, nothing that could explain what was happening. "Someone's messing with us," I whispered, but I didn't believe it. "Who? Your brother?" Derek asked, his eyes wide. "My brother was away at college for summer classes. It couldn't be him." The banging continued for what felt like forever, but was probably just under a minute. Neither of us moved toward the door. We were frozen in place, watching it open and slam, open and slam. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the banging. Derek and I looked at each other, and without saying a word, we bolted. We didn't even turn off the lights or the radio. We just ran as fast as we could back to my house. We burst through the back door, breathless and sweating, to find my parents and sister sitting in the living room, watching Saturday Night Live. They all turned to look at us like we were nuts. "What's wrong with you two?" my dad asked, eyebrow raised. Between gasps, I explained what had happened. My dad sighed, clearly thinking we were exaggerating or had scared ourselves. "Nobody's been outside," my mum assured us. "We've been watching TV for the past hour." "But someone was at the barn door," Derek insisted. "It kept opening and slamming shut." My dad looked doubtful. "Probably just the wind, catching it wrong." "There's no wind tonight," I said. My dad sighed again and stood up. "Fine, let's go check it out." Part of me didn't want to go back, but I also didn't want my dad thinking I was a chicken. So Derek and I followed him as he grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen drawer. The walk back to the barn felt twice as long as usual. When we got there, the lights were still on inside, just as we'd left them, and I could hear the faint sound of the radio. My dad tried the door. It opened easily when he pulled it, and we stepped inside. Everything looked normal. The cards were still scattered on the table where we'd left them. "See? Nothing here," my dad said, scanning the room with his flashlight. But then he went to check the door and frowned. He stepped outside and we followed. That's when we saw it. There was a concrete fence post, about 4 feet long, leaning against the outside of the door. I recognized it as one of the old posts my dad had pulled out of the ground when he replaced our fence the previous summer. He'd stacked them at the edge of our property, intending to dispose of them eventually. The thing is, the post was positioned in such a way that it physically prevented the door from opening more than about an inch, maybe an inch and a half at most. "Did you boys move this here?" my dad asked, his voice suddenly serious. We both shook our heads. My dad tried opening the door with the post in place. It barely budged, nowhere near the 3 to 4 inches we'd seen it open repeatedly. "That's impossible," Derek whispered, saying what we were all thinking. My dad moved the post away and tested the door again. It opened freely. He put the post back, and again the door could barely open. We all stood there, the reality sinking in. If the post had been there when the door was banging, and no one had been outside to move it, then what we'd witnessed wasn't physically possible. No human could have caused that door to open the way it did. The radio inside suddenly changed stations by itself, switching from music to static, and all three of us jumped. I'll never forget the look on my dad's face. He wasn't a man who scared easily, but in that moment, he looked genuinely unnerved. "Let's head back to the house," he said quietly, putting a hand on each of our shoulders and guiding us away from the barn. Derek called his mom within 5 minutes of getting back to my house. He told her he wasn't feeling well and needed to go home. I knew the real reason, and I didn't blame him. I didn't want to stay alone in my room that night either, and ended up sleeping on the floor of my parents' bedroom, something I hadn't done since I was maybe 7 years old. After that night, things were never the same with the barn. We still used it as our hangout spot, but never alone, and never after dark. Sometimes, even in broad daylight, I'd feel like someone was watching me from the hayloft. But whenever I looked up, nothing was there. Other weird things started happening too. Tools would disappear and then reappear in different places. The radio would turn on by itself. Once, my baseball bat, which I'd left leaning against the wall, was found in the middle of the floor, even though no one had been in the barn. Word got around that our barn was haunted, as things like this tend to do in small towns. Some kids started daring each other to spend time there, turning our cool hangout into some kind of spooky attraction. I hated it. My older brother came home for a weekend that fall and brought some of his college friends. They didn't believe the stories and decided to have a small party in the barn, despite my warnings. I wasn't there when it happened, but one of his friends, a big football player named Steve, was standing near the wall talking to a girl when a brick flew out of nowhere and hit him on the side of his head. It wasn't thrown from a logical angle. According to everyone there, it came straight from the solid wall, as if it had passed through it. Steve needed 6 stitches, and he swore up and down that nobody had thrown that brick. It had literally materialized and flew at him. After that, a lot of the local teenagers refused to go near our barn, which was fine by me. But the worst incident, the one that made me never want to set foot in that barn again, happened in the spring of 1984. I was 18 by then, a senior in high school, and I'd started playing drums in a band with some friends. My parents let me set up my drum kit in the barn, so I wouldn't drive them crazy practicing at the house. One Saturday afternoon, I went out to practice alone. It was about 3 p.m., sunny outside, nothing unusual. I'd been playing for maybe half an hour when I hit my snare drum a little too hard and split the drumhead. "Damn it," I said out loud, throwing one of my drumsticks in frustration. It flew across the barn and up into the hayloft. I sighed, knowing I'd have to climb up there to get it. I was about to stand up when I looked up toward the hayloft and saw my drumstick hovering in midair. For a second I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Then the stick flew straight at me, like someone had thrown it with considerable force. I had to duck to avoid being hit. It clattered against the wall behind me. My heart was racing, but I told myself it must have just fallen in some weird way. Maybe it had been balanced on the edge and finally tipped over. I was trying to rationalize it when the mallet for my bass drum, which had been sitting on the drum itself, suddenly moved. No one touched it. I was alone in the barn. But that mallet lifted up all by itself, and then came down hard on the bass drum. The sound was so loud I could feel it in my chest, like a physical punch. I couldn't move. I was paralyzed with fear, watching as the mallet rose again, seemingly held by invisible hands, and struck the drum a second time, then a third. Something was in there with me. I couldn't see it, but I could feel its presence, cold and malevolent. like the air itself had turned hostile. When I finally managed to break through my fear and move, I lunged for the door. It was stuck. The damn wood had swelled again in the spring humidity. I pushed with all my strength, feeling true panic for the first time in my life. Behind me, the drums continued to play themselves, a chaotic, threatening rhythm that seemed to be getting faster and louder. I threw my whole body against the door again and again. I was crying by then, not caring how it looked, just desperate to get out. Finally, the door gave way, enough for me to squeeze through, tearing my shirt and scraping my arms and chest on the rough wood. I didn't care, I just ran. I didn't stop running until I reached my house, where I collapsed on the kitchen floor in front of my startled mother. I was bleeding from the scratches, my clothes were torn, and I was sobbing like a child. "What on earth happened?" she asked, kneeling beside me. I couldn't even explain it properly. All I could say was, "Something evil is in the barn." My dad nailed the barn door shut the next day. We took out the stuff we needed. My drums went into the garage and left everything else. No one in my family ever went back inside. My parents sold the property a year later when I went to college. I don't know what the new owners did with the barn. Part of me hopes they tore it down, but another part knows that whatever was in there probably wouldn't be stopped by something as simple as demolition. I'm 57 now, and I still have nightmares about that barn. Sometimes in my dreams, I'm trapped inside while unseen things move around me. Other times I'm outside, watching that door open and shut repeatedly, knowing that whatever is causing it is looking back at me through the gaps. I've never found an explanation for what happened. No one died on our property that we know of. There were no old burial grounds or tragic histories associated with the land. It was just an ordinary barn in an ordinary town until it wasn't. To this day, I can't explain what forces were at work in that barn in Riverdale. All I know is that something was there, something that could move objects, create impossible situations, and radiate such malice that it stayed with me for over 40 years. And sometimes, when I'm alone at night and hear an unexpected noise, I'm 15 again, watching that door opening and slamming shut, knowing that whatever's on the other side is trying to get in. Story 5. I've never told many people about this. You think your friends will laugh or your family will tell you to get over it. But what happened to me when I was a kid still haunts me. I'm 42 now with my own house and a decent job, but sometimes I still catch myself jumping into bed from a few feet away. Old habits. It started when I was around 7. We lived in this split-level house in a normal suburban neighborhood. Nothing special, just a typical 80s development with similar houses on every street. My bedroom was at the end of the upstairs hallway, right next to my parents' room. My older sister had the room across from mine. The first time I saw them, I was heading to the bathroom late at night. I remember the hallway seemed longer than usual. At the end of it, hovering about 5 feet off the ground, was this... I don't even know how to describe it properly. It was like a head, but not really a head. More like a dark oval shape with these long, thin fingers sticking out of it. The fingers moved independently, wiggling slowly like they were feeling the air. They reminded me of bumblebee legs. Too long, too thin, too many joints. That's why I started calling it the bumblebee hands. I froze. I couldn't scream or move. The fingers just kept wiggling in this gentle, almost curious way. After what felt like forever, I managed to back up into my room and slam the door. I hid under my covers until morning, afraid to even peek out. My parents didn't believe me, of course. My dad checked the hallway and told me it was just shadows from the tree outside our window. My mum said I had an overactive imagination, but I knew what I saw. After that, the bumblebee hands started showing up more often. Sometimes I'd wake up at night and see those fingers pressed against my window, stretching impossibly from somewhere below. Other times I'd be lying in bed and would feel this weird sensation, like something was about to grab me from underneath. I developed this habit of jumping into bed from as far away as possible, convinced those hands would grab my ankles if my feet got too close to the space under my bed. My parents got frustrated with me. They thought I was just trying to get attention or avoid going to sleep. My sister called me a baby. No one understood the absolute terror I felt every night. I started leaving my desk lamp on when I slept, which only led to more arguments with my parents about the electric bill. The worst part was how the hands would appear differently each time. Sometimes just the fingers would peek around my door frame. Other times, the dark oval shape would be pressed against my ceiling, those long fingers splayed out across it. I'd close my eyes and count to 100, hoping it would be gone when I opened them. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. I tried to be rational. I'd tell myself it was just my imagination, that monsters weren't real. But then why did I see it so clearly? Why did it feel so present? I stopped telling my parents about it after a while. What was the point? They'd just tell me to grow up. My dad even took away my nightlight once, saying I needed to face my fears. That was one of the worst nights. I sat up until dawn broke, staring at my closet door, terrified those hands would push it open. As I got older, the sightings became less frequent. By the time I was 12, I would sometimes go weeks without seeing the bumblebee hands. I started to think maybe my parents were right. Maybe it had just been my imagination all along. But then came that night when I was 13, the night I can't explain away, no matter how hard I try. It was a Tuesday in October. I remember because we'd had a math test that day, and I was stressed about how badly I'd done. My parents were arguing downstairs about money, which wasn't unusual. My sister was at a friend's house for a sleepover. I went to bed early, around 9 p.m., just wanting the day to be over. I couldn't sleep right away. I lay there listening to my parents' muffled voices downstairs, watching headlights from passing cars make shadows dance across my walls. Eventually, their argument died down, and I heard them come upstairs and go to bed. The house got quiet. I must have fallen asleep at some point because I woke up suddenly. The digital clock on my nightstand said 2:37 a.m. The house was completely silent. No creaking, no wind outside, no distant cars, just this heavy, unnatural silence that seemed to press against my ears. I knew immediately something was wrong. You know that feeling when you can sense someone watching you? It was like that, but 100 times stronger. I lay perfectly still, afraid to move. My blanket was pulled up to my chin, and I was facing the wall, my back to the rest of the room. That's when I felt it. The touch. Long, thin fingers, unnaturally long, gently stroking the top of my head. One slow, deliberate movement from the crown of my head down to the nape of my neck. The fingers were cold and dry, with too many joints that bent in strange ways as they followed the curve of my skull. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. It was like my entire body had turned to stone. The touch wasn't rough or threatening. That almost made it worse. There was something almost caring about it, like how you might pet a cat. Methodical, curious. The fingers lifted away after that one stroke. I lay there, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I could hear blood rushing in my ears. Somewhere in my mind, a voice was screaming at me to run, but my body wouldn't respond. Then I felt the mattress depress slightly behind me. Something was sitting on my bed. That broke the paralysis. I launched myself out of bed in one desperate movement, screaming at the top of my lungs. I didn't look back. I ran straight for my parents' room, still screaming. I collided with my dad in the hallway. He jumped up when he heard me. "What the hell is going on?" he demanded, grabbing my shoulders. I was hysterical, babbling about the hands, about something touching me. My mum appeared behind him, looking alarmed and annoyed at the same time. My dad marched me back to my room, flipping on all the lights. "See? Nothing here," he said, checking under the bed in the closet behind the curtains. "Just another nightmare." It wasn't a nightmare, I insisted, standing in the doorway, refusing to go back in. It touched me. I felt it. That's when my mum noticed I'd wet the bed. The humiliation was overwhelming. Here I was, 13 years old, having wet the bed and screaming about monsters. My dad's face changed from concern to disappointment. "Clean this up," my mum said, stripping the sheets, "and then go sleep in the guest room. We'll talk about this in the morning." They didn't believe me. No one ever did. The next day, my dad took me to the family doctor, who suggested I might be experiencing night terrors and recommended cutting back on scary movies and video games. My mum started making me see the school counselor once a week, who kept asking about stressors in my life. The thing is, I wasn't asleep when it happened. I wasn't dreaming or hallucinating. I was wide awake, and something with long, jointed fingers like a bumblebee's legs touched my head. Something sat on my bed. After that night, I never saw the bumblebee hands again. It was like whatever it was had gotten what it wanted and moved on. But that doesn't mean I forgot. I still sleep with my back against the wall. I still jump into bed from a few feet away sometimes. I still wake up at 2:37 a.m. more often than seems coincidental. I've tried to rationalize it as an adult. Sleep paralysis. An overactive imagination combined with the stress of growing up with arguing parents. Maybe even some kind of mild hallucination brought on by anxiety. I've read about all these explanations, and sometimes, in the daylight, they almost make sense. But then night comes, and I remember the feeling of those fingers on my head. That gentle, deliberate touch. The slight depression in the mattress behind me, the absolute certainty that something was there. I've only told a few people over the years. My college roommate laughed it off. My ex-girlfriend suggested therapy. Most recently, my wife listened without judgment, but gently suggested that childhood memories can be unreliable. Maybe they're right. Maybe there's a perfectly logical explanation for everything I experienced. But logic doesn't explain why, almost 30 years later, I still sometimes wake up in the middle of the night with the sensation of long, thin fingers hovering just above my head. I've never been back to that house. My parents sold it when I was in college, and I made excuses not to help with the move. I've thought about driving by it someday, just to see if it looks the same. But what would that prove? And what if I saw something in one of those windows, a dark oval shape, with long, thin fingers like a bumblebee's legs? The rational part of me knows that whatever I experienced probably wasn't supernatural. The rational part of me has explanations. But there's another part of me, the part that was a terrified 13-year-old boy, feeling something inhuman stroke his head in the middle of the night, that knows different. That part of me knows the bumblebee hands were real, that they might still be out there, that they might have visited other kids in other houses. And sometimes, when I see a bumblebee in my garden watching its legs move as it hovers over a flower, I feel that same cold dread wash over me. Because those legs, those jointed, too long legs, they move just like the fingers did. I still don't know what it wanted from me, why it visited for those years and then disappeared after touching me that night. What would have happened if I hadn't run? These questions follow me even now, decades later. All I know for sure is what I felt, and no amount of rational explanation will ever make me forget the sensation of those long, cold, jointed fingers slowly stroking my head in the darkness of my childhood bedroom. Story 6. I've never shared this with anyone before, but I need to get it off my chest. This happened when I was about 7 or 8 years old, living in a quiet neighborhood in Oak Ridge. The memory still makes my skin crawl whenever I think about it. I was always the energetic kid on our street. My brother was 2 years older, and we hung out with a bunch of neighborhood kids, running around and playing until sunset most days. Hide and seek was our go-to game back then. We'd play it for hours, using our entire street as the playground, hiding behind cars, in bushes, or even sneaking into each other's backyards. This particular day was just like any other summer day. The sun was blazing, but we didn't care. We were too busy having fun. It was my turn to seek, and like most kids that age, I wasn't above cheating a little. I remember running into my house, counting loudly to 100 while everyone scattered. 95, 96, 97. I was rushing through the numbers, eager to start looking. Instead of immediately heading outside to look for everyone, I had this brilliant idea to run upstairs and peek out the windows to spot where everyone was hiding. I figured I could get a bird's-eye view of the whole street and catch everyone in record time. I mean, what kid doesn't want to win, right? Our upstairs hallway had 4 doors: my room, my brother's room, my parents' bedroom, and the bathroom. At the end of the hallway was a small door that led to the attic, which was mostly used for storage. Old Christmas decorations, suitcases, and boxes of stuff we never used anymore. I never really went up there unless my dad needed help grabbing something. So there I was, racing up the stairs, my sneakers making that familiar thudding sound on the wooden steps. The house was completely empty. Mom was grocery shopping, and Dad was at work. It was just me, alone in this big, quiet house. I didn't think anything of it at the time. I reached the top of the stairs and was about to go into my room to look out the window when it happened. Behind me, a door slammed shut with such force that I felt the air pressure change. It wasn't like when a breeze closes a door. This was violent, deliberate. The sound echoed through the empty house, and I froze. Every hair on my body stood straight up. I slowly turned around, my heart already racing. All the doors in the hallway were open, except for one, the attic door. I stood there, completely paralyzed, staring at it. The logical part of my brain tried to convince me it was just the wind, but there were no windows open upstairs. Besides, it would have had to be a hurricane-force wind to slam the door that hard. As I stood there, eyes fixed on the attic door, I heard something. At first it was faint, a shuffling sound like something moving around. But it wasn't the normal settling noises houses make. This was purposeful movement, like someone, or something, dragging itself across the attic floor right above my head. I backed up until I hit the wall opposite the attic door. My mouth went completely dry, and I remember trying to swallow but couldn't. I wanted to run back downstairs, but to get there, I'd have to pass right by that door, and something inside me screamed that I shouldn't get any closer to it. The shuffling stopped, and for a brief moment, I thought maybe I had imagined it all. That's when I heard it, a deep, guttural growl that didn't sound like any animal I'd ever heard. It started low, but grew louder, vibrating through the walls. This wasn't a dog or a raccoon that had somehow gotten into our attic. This was something else entirely. My chest felt like it was being crushed. I couldn't breathe properly, and my heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I wanted to scream for help, but no sound would come out. It was like my voice had been stolen from me. All I could do was stand there, pressed against the wall, watching that door and listening to whatever was on the other side. The growl faded, but I could still hear movement. Softer now, like whatever it was had moved further back into the attic. Then the doorknob started to turn, slowly, deliberately. I remember thinking, this is it. I'm going to die right here in my own house. Just as the doorknob completed its rotation, my brother burst through the door at the bottom of the stairs. "Caleb, I knew you'd be cheating," he yelled, stomping up the stairs. The moment I heard his voice, the attic doorknob stopped moving. My brother appeared at the top of the stairs, annoyed at finding me inside instead of looking for everyone. He didn't notice my terrified expression or the fact that I was practically melted against the wall. "Everyone's waiting. You can't just—" He started to lecture me, but I didn't let him finish. I bolted past him, nearly knocking him over in my desperation to get out of there. I ran down those stairs faster than I'd ever moved in my life, straight out the front door, and didn't stop until I was in the middle of the street, surrounded by the other kids who had gotten tired of waiting. I didn't tell anyone what happened. Not my brother, not my friends, not even my parents when they got home. I was too scared they wouldn't believe me, or worse, that they'd make me go up to the attic to see there's nothing there. So I kept it to myself, made up some excuse about feeling sick, and refused to go back inside until my mum came home. For weeks after that, I couldn't sleep properly. I kept my door shut tight and piled toys in front of it before going to bed. I'd lie awake listening for that growl, terrified that whatever was in the attic would come looking for me. My mum noticed I was tired all the time and asked if I was having nightmares, but I just shrugged it off. About a year later, I finally started to convince myself that maybe it had been my imagination. Kids have wild imaginations, right? Maybe I'd heard some neighbor's dog or something and freaked myself out. I was almost back to normal, though I still avoided going upstairs alone whenever possible. Then it happened again. I was upstairs using the bathroom one evening. Everyone was home. My parents were downstairs watching TV, and my brother was in his room playing video games. I remember standing at the sink washing my hands when I heard it again, that same deep, rumbling growl from the year before. My blood turned to ice. I immediately shut off the water and stood completely still, straining to hear where it was coming from. The growl came again, louder this time, and I realized it was coming from my parents' bedroom across the hall. I was absolutely terrified, but also confused. My parents were downstairs, so who or what was in their room? I thought about running downstairs to get my dad, but was afraid whatever it was would hear me and come after me. Then the growl came again, and something about it suddenly clicked in my brain. It sounded familiar, not in a comforting way, but in a way that made me think I might know what it was. Against every instinct telling me to run, I crept toward my parents' bedroom and pushed the door open just a crack. My dad was lying on the bed, having apparently come upstairs for a nap while I was in the bathroom. He was fast asleep on his back, mouth open, snoring loudly. The growl I'd heard was just his snore. I nearly collapsed with relief, feeling silly for being so scared. I let out a nervous laugh and went back to the bathroom to finish washing my hands. As I dried them on the towel, I couldn't help but wonder if the growl I'd just heard was my dad snoring. Then what about the one I'd heard a year ago? Was it possible my dad had been upstairs taking a nap that day too, and I just didn't know it? It made sense, and I clung to that explanation. It was so much better than the alternative. For years after that, I convinced myself that's what had happened. The door slamming, probably just the wind after all. The shuffling noises and the doorknob turning, just my imagination, fueled by fear and adrenaline. Life went on, and I grew up. That house became just the place where I lived, not something to be afraid of. I stopped thinking about what had happened when I was 7 or 8. It became a funny story I told myself sometimes about how scared I'd been of my own dad's snoring. Until last summer, when I was visiting my parents. They still live in the same house, though it's been remodeled over the years. I'm in my 20s now, way too old to be afraid of attics and strange noises. I was upstairs in my old bedroom, looking through some boxes of my childhood stuff that my mum wanted me to sort through. It was a hot day, and the house was quiet except for the hum of the air conditioning. My mum had gone out shopping, and I thought I was alone in the house. That's when I heard it again, that deep, rumbling growl. My entire body tensed up, and suddenly I was 7 years old again, frozen with fear. It was coming from my parents' bedroom, just like before. "It's just Dad," I told myself, trying to calm down. "He must be taking a nap." I set down the yearbook I'd been flipping through and walked toward my parents' room, determined to prove to myself once and for all that there was nothing to be afraid of. The growl came again as I approached the door, and I felt a weird mix of fear and relief. See? Just Dad snoring. I pushed open the door, expecting to see my father asleep on the bed. But the room was empty, completely empty. The bed was made, the curtains drawn, no one was there. The growl came again, louder now, seeming to echo off the walls of the empty room. I backed away, my heart pounding just like it had all those years ago. This wasn't my dad, it never had been. And then I realized something that made my blood run cold. If my dad wasn't home now, and that was his snore I was hearing, what if it wasn't actually him snoring that day when I was a kid? What if this thing, whatever it was, had been mimicking my father's snore to disguise its presence? The thought hit me like a truck. I pictured this thing hiding in our house for years, learning the sounds we make, imitating them, waiting for the right moment to what? I didn't want to know. I ran down those stairs just like I had as a kid, taking them two at a time, nearly falling in my panic to get out of there. I burst out the front door and stood on the lawn, breathing hard, looking up at the windows of the second floor. I swear I saw something move behind my parents' bedroom curtain, just a shadow, there and gone in an instant. But it was enough. I got in my car and drove straight back to my apartment. I called my mum later and made up some excuse about why I'd left without saying goodbye. I haven't been back to the house since. I still don't know what that thing was or why it was in our house. I don't know if it's still there, hiding in the attic, waiting for someone to be alone, or if it's moved on to somewhere else. All I know is that something was using my father's snore to hide itself, and thinking about why it would do that keeps me up at night. Sometimes when I'm nearly asleep, I hear that familiar growl, and I jerk awake, heart racing, wondering if it's followed me to my new home. And every time I hear my dad snore now, when I talk to my parents on the phone, I wonder, is that really him, or is it that thing pretending to be him again? I don't think I'll ever know for sure. And that's the scariest part. Story 7. This happened about 3 months ago, and I swear I still can't sleep properly. I've been lurking here for a while, but I finally worked up the courage to share my experience because I need answers, or at least to know I'm not going crazy. My husband Tom and I moved to this suburban neighborhood in Arizona last year. We got a pretty good deal on a house that backs up to a drainage basin. The basin is basically a big ditch that fills with water when it rains, but it's dry most of the time. Behind that is a line of trees and some undeveloped land. We thought it was perfect, quiet, private backyard, and our 8-year-old daughter Emily loves having a small wooded area nearby to explore, with us, of course. Even our lab mix, Cooper, seemed to love the space. Everything was normal for about 6 months. Then things started getting weird. It began on a Tuesday. I remember because I was working from home and had a bunch of laundry to catch up on. Our laundry room is at the back of the house, with a small window that faces the drainage basin. I was walking down the hallway with a basket of clothes when I got hit with the most horrific smell I've ever experienced in my life. It was like rotting meat, but worse, like something had died and been baking in the sun for weeks. I actually gagged and dropped the laundry basket. My heart started racing instantly. I'm talking full fight-or-flight response. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to get away from that smell. I backed away and ran to the living room, breathing hard. The weird thing was, the smell was only in that specific part of the hallway. 5 steps away, nothing. I made myself go back after about 10 minutes, holding my breath, grabbed the laundry, and got out of there as fast as I could. When I checked back an hour later, the smell was completely gone. I told Tom about it when he got home, and he checked all around the house, thinking maybe an animal had died in the crawl space or something. Nothing. We eventually chalked it up to some weird air current, bringing in a smell from outside. About a week later, we were sitting on our back patio after dinner. Emily was inside watching TV. It was getting dark, around 8:30 p.m., when we heard what sounded like a dog in distress coming from the direction of the drainage basin. If you've ever heard a dog in serious pain, you know it's not something you can ignore. Cooper started going nuts, barking at the tree line. Tom grabbed a flashlight, and we walked to the edge of our property to see if we could spot an injured animal. The sound was getting louder, but something about it started to feel off. It didn't quite sound right anymore. It was like it was shifting between a dog cry and something else. Then it changed completely into an owl hooting. But not a normal owl. It sounded almost like someone trying to imitate an owl, but not quite getting it right. The hoot was too rhythmic, too deliberate. Cooper was completely freaked out, pulling at his leash and whining. Tom called out, "Hello? Is someone there?" Complete silence followed. Not just the weird sounds stopping, but everything. Crickets, wind, all of it just died for about 10 seconds. Then we heard it, a laugh, not a normal laugh. It was high-pitched but somehow deep at the same time, echoing through the trees. It literally sent ice water down my spine. I've never felt anything like it. It was like my body recognized something my brain couldn't process. We ran back inside so fast I tripped over the patio step. I remember Tom's hands were shaking so badly he could barely lock the door. We didn't talk about what we'd heard for the rest of the night. Cooper refused to go outside again, even to pee. The next day we tried to rationalize it. Maybe teenagers playing a prank? The basin area was occasionally used by kids from the neighborhood as a shortcut, though we hadn't seen any lately. Or maybe it was just some weird animal we weren't familiar with. But deep down I knew better. You know that feeling when you're completely certain something isn't natural? That's what this was. A couple of nights later, I couldn't sleep and was looking out our bedroom window, which faces the street. At around 3 a.m., I noticed two men with flashlights at the edge of the drainage basin across the street. They weren't utility workers or anything official, just regular guys with phone lights, looking like they were searching for something. I watched as they approached the tree line, their lights bouncing off the branches. Suddenly, they both jerked their heads up towards something I couldn't see from my angle. One guy actually dropped his phone, and they both took off running faster than I've ever seen anyone move. They sprinted to a parked car I hadn't noticed and peeled out so fast they left tire marks. I woke Tom up, but by then they were gone. We had no idea who they were or what they saw, but it left me feeling sick to my stomach. The most terrifying incident happened a few days after that. Tom woke me up at 2 a.m., his face completely white. "I heard Emily outside," he whispered. I immediately checked her room. She was sound asleep in her bed, Cooper curled up on the floor beside her. Tom swore he'd heard our daughter's voice and laughter coming from the field across the street. Not just any laugh, her specific giggle that she does when she's really excited about something. We double-checked all the doors and windows. Everything was locked. While checking the back door, Tom pointed out something I hadn't noticed before. There were scratches around the door frame and what looked like dried blood in some of the deeper grooves. I took a sample with a Q-tip and looked at it under our daughter's toy microscope the next day. It definitely looked like blood, though obviously I couldn't tell what kind. The scratches were vertical, about the height an average person could reach, but they were deep, like they were made with something sharper than fingernails. Cooper's behavior changed dramatically during this time. He started refusing to go into certain parts of the house, particularly near the back windows. He would stand at the entrance to the hallway leading to the laundry room and growl at nothing we could see. Sometimes he would suddenly snap his head around to stare intently at empty corners or doorways, his hackles raised. I started researching local folklore, trying to understand what might be happening. That's when I remembered Maria, a Native American woman I work with. Her family has been in this area for generations. I hesitantly mentioned some of what was happening during our lunch break. She stopped eating immediately and asked me exactly where we lived. When I told her about the drainage basin and the tree line, she got really quiet. Finally, she asked if the entity, her word not mine, always brought a smell with it. When I mentioned the rotting smell, she nodded like she'd expected that answer. "You need to wash that blood off your door," she told me. "Use salt water, and stop trying to communicate with it or acknowledge it in any way." When I pressed her for more information, she just shook her head and said some things are better left undisturbed. She wouldn't tell me specifically what she thought it was, just that several local tribes had stories about entities that could mimic voices and lured people into the wilderness. She mentioned that the drainage basin had been created about 15 years ago, disturbing land that had been untouched for centuries. I did what she suggested. I washed the blood away with salt water and tried to ignore the incidents. But they didn't stop. The smell comes back randomly, always in different parts of the house now, but always the same corpse-like stench that disappears as quickly as it arrives. We've heard the voice mimicry several more times. Sometimes it sounds like Emily, sometimes like Tom, once even like me calling for help from the basin. The worst part is the sounds it makes at night. I've never heard anything like them. A mix between clicking, chittering, and what sounds like bones cracking. I managed to record it once on my phone, but the recording is distorted and barely captures what it actually sounds like in person. We've considered moving, but housing prices have skyrocketed and we're underwater on our mortgage. Plus, there's no guarantee that this thing wouldn't follow us. Maria implied that once these entities notice you, they can become fixated. Last week I caught a glimpse of something standing at the edge of the tree line during dusk. It was tall, much taller than a normal person, and unnaturally thin. It was only visible for a few seconds before it stepped back into the shadows, but I could swear it was standing on all fours, despite having a humanoid shape. Cooper went absolutely ballistic, barking and howling like I've never heard before. I don't know what to do anymore. I've been researching Wendigos, skinwalkers, and other native legends, but nothing quite matches what we're experiencing. Sometimes I think about those two men with the flashlights and wonder what they saw that made them run like that. Emily has started talking about her night friend, who tells her secrets through her window. We've started making her sleep in our room and have installed security cameras, but they frequently malfunction or show strange distortions when pointed toward the basin. The scratching on the doors has returned, now accompanied by soft tapping on the windows at random hours. 3 days ago, Tom found what looked like deer bones arranged in a perfect circle in our backyard, though we've never seen deer in this area. I'm writing this now because the entity is outside again. I can smell it. That same rotting odor seeping through the closed windows. Cooper is hiding under the bed, whimpering. The security cameras are showing nothing but static. I just heard something that sounded exactly like my mum's voice coming from the basin, which is impossible because my mum died 5 years ago. It knows things about us it shouldn't know. It's learning more every day, and I think it's getting bolder. The scratches on the door were higher up this morning, like whatever is making them has grown. If anyone has encountered something similar or knows what this might be, please help. I don't know how much longer we can pretend this isn't happening, or how much longer we're safe here. The worst part is not knowing what it wants, or why it's fixated on our family. I can hear the clicking sound starting again. They're closer to the house than they've ever been before. Story 8. I still can't talk about that Easter Sunday in 1971 without getting a lump in my throat. I was 5 years old, and like any kid that age, I was buzzing with excitement about the Easter egg hunt Mom had planned. I remember waking up super early that morning. The sun was barely up, just starting to peek through my bedroom curtains. I can still picture the dust particles floating in those thin beams of light. Our house in Pineville wasn't fancy, just a typical family home built in the 50s. My room was right next to my baby brother's. He was only 5 months old, born the previous November. I remember Mom and Dad bringing him home all wrapped up like a burrito, this tiny red-faced thing that made weird noises. At 5, I wasn't exactly thrilled about having to share my parents' attention, but I'd gotten used to him. That morning, I hopped out of bed in my pajamas with the race cars on them. I loved those pajamas so much I threw a fit whenever Mom tried to wash them. The wooden floor was cold under my feet as I tiptoed to check on my brother, something I'd started doing almost every morning. I don't know why. Maybe I was just curious about this little person who couldn't do anything for himself. His crib was positioned right next to my bedroom door. I stood on my tiptoes and peered through the bars. He was lying on his side, and what I saw has stayed burned in my memory all these years. One of his eyes was open, one was closed. At the time, I didn't think much of it. Kids don't understand death. I just thought he was playing some kind of game, or maybe trying to wink at me or something. "Morning, baby," I whispered before going back to my room. I climbed back into bed, pulling my Superman sheets up to my chin. I was planning to pretend to be asleep when Mom came in, so she'd be surprised when I suddenly woke up, all excited about Easter. I heard Mom's footsteps in the hallway soon after. The floorboards in that old house always creaked in specific spots. You could track someone's movement just by listening. I squeezed my eyes shut and tried to breathe evenly, like I was still sleeping. Her footsteps paused, and I heard her go into my brother's room first. Then came the scream. It wasn't like any sound I'd ever heard my mother make. It wasn't angry or surprised or even scared. It was something else entirely, a raw, primal howl that seemed to tear its way out of her. My eyes shot open and I sat bolt upright in bed, my heart hammering against my ribs. "George!" she screamed for my dad. "George! Come quick! Oh God, please!" I scrambled out of bed and into the hallway. Mom was hunched over the crib, her hands clutching its rails so hard her knuckles were white. Dad came thundering up the stairs, taking them two at a time. "What's wrong? What happened?" He was still in his boxers and undershirt, his hair sticking up funny on one side. Mom just kept making these horrible sounds, somewhere between sobbing and screaming. Dad pushed past me and looked into the crib. His face changed in a way I'd never seen before, like someone had switched off a light behind his eyes. "Oh, Jesus," he whispered. "Oh, no, no, no." I stood frozen in the doorway, trying to understand what was happening. Dad pulled Mom away from the crib and turned to see me. "Sammy, go to your room," he said in a voice that didn't sound like his. It was too tight, too controlled. But I didn't move. I couldn't. I just kept staring at the crib, at my little brother who was still lying there with one eye open and one closed. Only now I was starting to understand that something was very, very wrong. Dad came over and physically turned me around, pushing me gently toward my bedroom. "Stay here, buddy. Don't come out until I say so." I sat on my bed, listening to Mom's cries, to Dad's muffled voice on the phone, to the sirens that eventually wailed up our street. Men in uniforms came into the house. They went into my brother's room and came out with a small bundle wrapped in a blanket. Mom collapsed in the hallway when they carried him past. Easter that year didn't happen. The eggs Mom had dyed the night before sat forgotten in the refrigerator. The Easter basket with the chocolate bunny and jelly beans remained hidden wherever she'd stashed it. Instead of an egg hunt and church in our Sunday best, there were hushed phone calls, adults speaking in low voices, and Mom crying in her bedroom with the door closed. "SIDS," I heard the adults saying, "sudden infant death syndrome." Words that meant nothing to me then but haunted me as I grew older. My baby brother had died in his sleep for no reason doctors could explain, just stopped breathing sometime during the night. The weeks that followed were a blur. Mom moved through the house like a ghost. Dad spent more time at work. My older brother Kevin, who was 12, mostly stayed out of the house with his friends, coming home only to sleep. The family had fractured, each of us drifting in our separate bubbles of grief. About 3 weeks after the funeral, I was alone upstairs. Mom was in the kitchen making a casserole someone from church had taught her to make. She'd started cooking obsessively, though none of us had much appetite. Dad was at work and Kevin was at baseball practice. I was sitting in my room, coloring a picture of a dinosaur when I felt something. It wasn't a sound or a sight, more like a pull. Like when someone calls your name from far away and you're not sure if you really heard it, but you look up anyway. I put down my crayon and stood up, feeling drawn toward Kevin's room across the hall. Kevin's room was strictly off limits to me. He'd taped a handwritten "Keep Out" sign to the door. and would raise hell if I so much as peeked inside. But that day, the door was slightly ajar, and I felt compelled to push it open. The room smelled like dirty socks and the model airplane glue Kevin used for his hobby. Posters of baseball players and rock bands covered the walls. And then I noticed something I'd never seen before, a small door in the wall, about 4 feet high. It was painted the same color as the wall, but it was definitely a door, with hinges and a small wooden knob. And it was open, just a crack. We didn't have an attic, as far as I knew, or at least no one had ever mentioned one or shown me how to access it. I walked toward the door, curious, reaching out to pull it open wider and peek inside. Before my fingers touched the knob, the door slammed shut with a bang so loud it made me jump back and fall on my butt. It wasn't a gentle swing closed by a draft. It slammed, like someone on the other side had grabbed it and yanked it with all their might. I sat there on Kevin's carpet, my heart racing, staring at the now closed door. The bang had been so loud that I heard Mum's footsteps rushing up the stairs. "Samuel, what was that noise?" She appeared in Kevin's doorway, a dish towel still in her hands. Her eyes were puffy from crying, but they widened when she saw me sitting on Kevin's floor. "What are you doing in here? You know you're not supposed to be in your brother's room." I pointed at the small door. That door slammed shut by itself. Mom's expression changed, her eyebrows drawing together. "What door, honey?" "That one," I said, pointing more emphatically at the small door in the wall. It was open a little bit, and when I went to look inside, it slammed shut, really loud. Mom came fully into the room and looked where I was pointing. "Oh, that old thing. That's just access to some pipes or something. It doesn't go anywhere." She walked over and tried the knob. It didn't budge. "See, it's locked. Has been for years. Doors don't just open and close by themselves, Samuel." But I knew what I had seen and heard. The door had been open, and it had slammed shut with a force no draft could have caused. "Come on downstairs," Mum said, extending her hand to help me up. "I don't want you playing in here. Kevin will be upset." I took her hand and let her lead me out, but I kept looking back over my shoulder at the small door. As we left the room, I could have sworn I heard a soft thump coming from behind it. That was the beginning, the first of many things that couldn't be explained away by drafts, or old house noises, or an active imagination. A few days later, I was in the bathroom brushing my teeth before bed when all the water in the sink suddenly turned ice cold, then scalding hot, then stopped altogether. When I told Dad, he checked the pipes and found nothing wrong. My toy cars, which I always lined up neatly on my shelf before bed, would be scattered across the floor in the morning, arranged in patterns that almost looked deliberate. Circles, figure eights, arrow shapes pointing toward the hallway. Kevin's baseball trophies fell from his shelf one by one while we were eating dinner, though no one was upstairs. After the third one crashed to the floor, Kevin refused to go back to his room and slept on the couch for a week. The radio in the kitchen would switch on by itself, usually tuned to static or occasionally to lullabies on the classical station. Mum would unplug it, only to find it plugged in and playing again an hour later. Most disturbing were the sounds. We'd hear crying coming from my baby brother's empty room, not loud wails, but the soft whimpering he used to make when he was falling asleep. Mum heard it first and spent an entire night sitting in the empty nursery, rocking in the chair, tears streaming down her face. One night I woke up to find all my stuffed animals arranged in a circle around my bed, staring at me. I knew for certain they had been on their shelf when I went to sleep. I screamed for Mum and Dad, who came running. Dad suggested I must have done it myself in my sleep. Mum just looked pale and quickly gathered all the stuffed animals into a trash bag, which she put out on the curb the next morning. The small door in Kevin's room became a focal point. It never opened again, but sometimes late at night we'd hear scratching sounds coming from behind it, like tiny fingernails dragging across the other side. Kevin started sleeping at friends' houses more often than not. Dad tried to be the rational one. He came up with explanations for everything: the house settling, pipes contracting and expanding, neighborhood cats getting into the crawl spaces. But I could see the doubt in his eyes, especially when multiple things would happen at once, or when something occurred right in front of him with no possible explanation. I noticed something else too. These occurrences seemed to happen most often when I was alone or nearby. If I was playing in the yard, the curtains in my baby brother's room would flutter, though the window was closed. If I was watching TV alone, the channels would flip to shows with babies or to static. Once, the static on the TV screen seemed to form the vague shape of a baby's face just for a split second. I became convinced that it was my baby brother trying to communicate in the only way he could. I wasn't scared, not of him anyway. Sometimes I'd talk to him, sitting alone in my room. "Hey, it's okay," I'd whisper. "I know you're still here. You don't have to scare everyone." The activity would sometimes lessen after I spoke to him, as if he'd been acknowledged and could rest for a while, but it never stopped completely. Mom started to drink more. Dad buried himself in work. Kevin barely came home. The house that had once been full of life became a hollow shell, housing people who could barely look at each other, all of us circling around the void left by a 5-month-old who died in his sleep. About 6 months after that Easter Sunday, Mum finally broke. I came home from kindergarten to find her sitting in the baby's room, surrounded by his clothes and toys that she'd packed into cardboard boxes. "We're moving," she announced, her voice flat. "Your father found a job in Charlotte. We leave next month." I should have been upset about leaving my school and the few friends I had, but all I felt was relief. We all did, I think. Even Kevin seemed lighter at the news, helping to pack up his room with an energy we hadn't seen in months. The small door, though, that was a problem. When the movers came, one of them asked Dad what was behind it. "Nothing important," Dad said quickly. "Just access to some pipes." The mover tried the knob, which was still locked. "Want me to force it open? Check if there's anything in there you're forgetting?" "No," Dad and Mom said in unison, too forcefully. The mover gave them an odd look, but moved on to other areas of the house. Our last night in that house, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about my baby brother, wondering if his spirit, or whatever had been causing the phenomena, would be trapped there when we left. Would he be alone in an empty house? Would the new family experience the same things we had? Around midnight, I tiptoed across the hall to Kevin's empty room. All his things had been packed except for the sleeping bag he was using on the floor downstairs. He'd refused to spend one more night in his bedroom. The small door was still there, closed and locked, as it had been since that day it slammed shut. I sat cross-legged in front of it and whispered, "We're leaving tomorrow. You can come with us if you want. I don't know how, but maybe you can." As soon as the words left my mouth, the doorknob jiggled. Not violently, but definitely moving. I held my breath. Then came a soft thump from behind the door, like something light falling over. "Samuel?" Mom's voice from the hallway made me jump. "What are you doing up?" I turned to see her standing in the doorway, her face hollow in the dim light from the hall nightlight. "Saying goodbye," I said simply. She didn't ask to what or whom. She just nodded, her eyes filling with tears. "Come on, back to bed. We have an early start tomorrow." As I followed her out, I heard one last sound from behind the small door, a soft cooing, like my brother used to make when he was content. We moved to Charlotte the next day. The paranormal activity didn't follow us to the new house, which should have been a relief, but somehow left me feeling even more hollow. It was as if we'd not only left the house behind, but also the last traces of my baby brother. Years passed. Life went on. Mum stopped drinking so much. Dad became more present. Kevin graduated high school and moved out west for college. I grew up, made friends, had normal teenage experiences. But I never forgot what happened in that house in Pineville. When I was 19, Home from college for summer break, I found Mom sitting in the backyard, looking through an old photo album. She rarely brought out pictures from before the move, but there she was, turning pages slowly, one hand pressed against her mouth. I sat beside her and saw she was looking at photos of my baby brother. His birth announcement, him wrapped in a blue blanket, Mom holding him in the rocking chair, Dad giving him a bath in the kitchen sink. The four of us, Mom, Dad, Kevin, and me, gathered around him for a family portrait, the last one we'd ever take. "Do you remember that house?" she asked suddenly, not looking up from the album. "Yes," I said. "I remember everything." She was quiet for a long moment. "That small door in Kevin's room," she finally said. "It used to lead to a crawl space. Your father nailed it shut from the inside before you were born. There was no way it could have been opened that day." I stared at her, a chill running through me despite the summer heat. "I never told your father what you saw," she continued, her voice barely above a whisper. "He was so determined to find logical explanations. But I knew." She finally looked up at me, her eyes clear and certain. I heard him too, crying sometimes, moving things. I think he just wanted us to know he was still there, that he wasn't really gone. I had no words. After all those years of wondering if I'd imagined it all, if the trauma of that Easter Sunday had somehow warped my 5-year-old mind, to hear Mom validate what I'd experienced was overwhelming. "The new owners called us once," she added, "about 2 months after we moved. They wanted to know if we'd experienced anything unusual. Your father told them they were imagining things, but I knew better." She closed the photo album gently. "I like to think he's at peace now, that he found his way to whatever comes next. I'd like to think that too, but sometimes, even now, I'll wake up in the middle of the night for no reason, and for just a moment I'll think I hear a soft cooing sound or feel a presence nearby. And sometimes, when I visit my parents and walk past the guest room that used to be mine, I could swear I see movement from the corner of my eye, like someone very small shifting just out of sight. I've never gone back to that house in Pineville. I don't need to. Whatever was there, my brother's spirit, a paranormal entity, a manifestation of our collective grief, it left its mark on all of us. Some doors, once opened, can never really be closed again. And sometimes the ones that mysteriously slam shut are trying to tell us something we're not ready to hear. Story 9. I never believed in the supernatural until that Monday afternoon last year. I still get goosebumps thinking about it, and my hands are actually shaking as I type this. Sorry in advance if this gets long. I've never shared this with anyone outside my school because people tend to think you're crazy when you talk about this stuff. But I need to get it off my chest. I attended this really old secondary school in Batangas, Philippines. The building itself was from the 1930s and had this heavy feeling to it, like you were carrying invisible weight on your shoulders whenever you walked through the hallways. The place had some dark history that teachers would mention occasionally during history class. It was used as a Japanese headquarters during Vol.246, and there were rumors about people being tortured there. Some even said there were bodies buried beneath the wooden floorboards. Of course, as teenagers, we'd joke about it. Ghost stories were just part of school culture. We had our share of legends, the crying girl in the bathroom, the shadow figure in the auditorium, that kind of stuff. I never took any of it seriously. That is, until that day. It was around 1 p.m. on a Monday. Classes had just ended for lunch break, and I needed to grab some books from my locker for afternoon classes. Most students hung out in the cafeteria or courtyard during lunch, but I had this chemistry test coming up and wanted to get some studying done. Our lockers were on the top floor of the main building, the 4th floor. This floor always felt different from the others. It was quieter, less used. The layout was pretty simple but creepy. When you reached the top of the stairs, there was this large statue of Mary right at the entrance, one of those old-school ones with eyes that seemed to follow you. The hallway split 3 ways. Straight ahead was the science lab, to the right was a long corridor with all our lockers, and to the left was this narrow hallway leading to a storage room that was always locked. The wooden floors up there were old and would creak with every step. The windows were tall but let in very little light because of the massive acacia trees surrounding the building. The school had installed fluorescent lights, but they'd flicker sometimes, especially during rainy season. That day was particularly hot, even for the Philippines. The kind of heat that makes the air feel thick. I remember wiping sweat from my forehead as I climbed the stairs. The building was mostly empty, since everyone was at lunch. My footsteps echoed as I made my way up, and I could hear the distant chatter from the courtyard below, growing fainter with each step. When I reached the top floor, I immediately felt the temperature drop. It wasn't dramatic like in movies, just noticeably cooler than the stairwell. I figured it was just better ventilation or something. The statue of Mary was there as always, and I avoided making eye contact with it like I usually did. Those eyes always gave me the creeps. I headed down the locker hallway, my footsteps creaking on the old wooden floor. My locker was about halfway down, number 237. I still remember the combination, 142709. I opened it and crouched down to organize my books. I needed my chemistry textbook, some notebooks, and a few handouts our teacher had given us last week. While I was sitting there on the floor, sorting through papers, I heard it. Footsteps. Clear as day, coming from the direction of the science lab. They were distinct, the sound of someone wearing heels walking on the wooden floor. The sharp click-clack was unmistakable. At first, I didn't think much of it. Probably Ms. Reyes, our chemistry teacher, preparing for afternoon class. But then I realized something odd about the footsteps. They were steady and rhythmic, but they didn't sound like someone walking to a destination. They sounded like someone pacing back and forth, 5 steps one way, pause, 5 steps back, pause, repeat. After about a minute of this, the footsteps suddenly stopped. The silence that followed felt heavy, like the air had become solid. I waited for the footsteps to resume, but there was nothing. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding smaller than I intended. No response. I gathered my books, feeling suddenly uneasy. I closed my locker and decided to head back downstairs. As I passed the science lab, curiosity got the better of me. I peeked through the small window in the door. The lab was empty. Completely empty. The lights were off, chairs tucked neatly under the tables. No sign that anyone had been there recently. I told myself it must have been sound carrying from another floor. Maybe the acoustics in this old building played tricks sometimes. I tried to shake off the feeling of unease as I turned to leave. That's when I heard the children. It started as faint laughter, the kind you hear from a playground. Then it grew louder, the sound of children running, feet slapping against the wooden floor, coming from behind me, from the direction of the storage hallway. I froze. This was a secondary school. There were no young children here. And even if there were visitors, why would they be playing on the abandoned top floor? Especially on a Monday when there were no activities happening on the field. The laughter and running grew louder, sounding like it was moving toward the locker hallway where I stood. I could make out different voices now. A girl giggling, a boy shouting something in what sounded like Japanese, another child crying. I couldn't move. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The sounds were getting closer, but I couldn't see anyone. The hallway was empty. Finally, my survival instinct kicked in. I clutched my books to my chest and started walking quickly toward the stairs. I didn't run. Some part of me was still trying to be rational, to not panic over what must be my imagination. I was about halfway to the stairs when it happened. Every single locker, and there were at least 50 of them lining the hallway, began making noise. Not just any noise. It was a violent, crashing sound, like something inside each locker was slamming against the metal doors, trying to get out. Bang, bang, bang! All in perfect unison, like whatever was inside them was coordinating their efforts. Bang, bang, bang! I dropped my books. I couldn't help it. The sound was deafening, and the force of it seemed to make the whole hallway vibrate. Some of the locker doors were actually bulging outward slightly with each impact. Bang, bang, bang! I ran then. I didn't care about looking crazy anymore. I sprinted past the statue of Mary, whose eyes I swear had moved to watch me, practically flew down the 4 flights of stairs and didn't stop until I reached my classroom, where some of my classmates were already gathering for the next period. I must have looked terrible because my best friend Jessa immediately came over and asked what happened. I was breathing hard, sweating, and I realized I was crying. I tried to explain, but of course it sounded insane. Children laughing, banging lockers. She thought I was playing a prank at first, then got worried I was having some kind of breakdown from stress. 3 other classmates offered to go up with me to retrieve my books. I begged them not to, but they insisted, probably thinking I'd just seen a rat or something equally mundane. They came back 5 minutes later, with my scattered books and weird looks on their faces. According to them, the top floor was completely silent. No footsteps, no children, no banging lockers, just the usual creepy silence. Our teacher arrived then, and classes resumed. I spent the rest of the day in a daze, jumping at every sound. When school ended, I waited until I was with a large group before leaving the building. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing those banging lockers in my head. Bang, 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 like a heartbeat, like something trying to get out, or maybe trying to get in. I never went back to the top floor alone after that. For the rest of the year, I'd ask classmates to get stuff from my locker for me. I made up excuses, sprained ankle, asthma acting up, anything to avoid going up there. Some people teased me about it, but I didn't care. Nothing was worth experiencing that again. About a month later, I finally worked up the courage to ask our history teacher, Mr. Domingo, about the school during Japanese occupation. Most of what he told me I already knew, but there was one detail that made my blood run cold. Before it was a secondary school, the building had been an elementary school. During the occupation, Japanese soldiers had forced all the children and teachers into the top floor while they used the lower floors as barracks. Food was scarce, and conditions were brutal. Many children didn't survive, and those who tried to escape. Mr. Domingo didn't finish that sentence, but I could fill in the blanks. Sometimes I wonder if what I heard that day were echoes of the past. Children playing their final games, running their final races before history swallowed them whole. And those lockers, maybe they weren't trying to get out. Maybe they were trying to warn me about something that had already happened, something buried beneath those old wooden floors. I graduated last year and haven't set foot in that building since. My family thinks I'm being dramatic when I refuse to attend alumni events, but they didn't hear what I heard. They didn't feel what I felt. I still wake up sometimes, heart racing, the phantom sound of banging lockers in my ears. Bang, bang, bang. Like they're trying to tell me something, like they're still there, waiting for someone to listen. Maybe someday I'll be brave enough to go back and face whatever haunts that top floor. But not today, not tomorrow, maybe never. I don't know what happened that Monday afternoon. Maybe it was stress, maybe it was my imagination, or maybe there really are things in this world we can't explain. All I know for certain is that I'll never forget the sound of those footsteps, the children's laughter, and those lockers banging in unison, calling to me from a past that refuses to stay buried. Story 10. I've tried to forget what happened that night in May 1987, but it's been 36 years and I still can't shake it. My parents owned this old Victorian in Elmwood, a beautiful house with bay windows and gingerbread trim that looked like something from a postcard, but looks can be deceiving. We'd lived there since I was 8, and weird stuff had been happening the whole time. Footsteps when nobody was there, Doors that would close by themselves, cold spots that would appear out of nowhere in the middle of summer. Most of it had calmed down over the years, or maybe we just got used to it, but I still hated being alone in that house. So when my parents told me they were going on vacation and needed me to house sit for the weekend, I wasn't exactly thrilled. I was 19, home from my first year of college, and I figured I'd just invite my buddy Michael over. At least then I wouldn't be alone with whatever lived in that house. When I called Michael, I played it cool. "Hey man, my parents are out of town this weekend. Want to come hang out? We've got the whole place to ourselves." Then I added, almost as an afterthought, "Plus, you know how my house is, might see something weird." Michael had always been curious about our haunted house stories, even though he'd never experienced anything himself during his visits. "Sure. Why not?" he said. "Sarah's been wanting to see your place anyway. Cool if she comes too." I hesitated. Sarah was Michael's new girlfriend, and she was one of those super practical types, studying psychology or something. Last time we'd hung out, she'd spent 20 minutes explaining how most hauntings were just people's brains playing tricks on them. But I was desperate for company, so I agreed. The day my parents left, I was cleaning up around the house, trying to make it presentable. My brother James called while I was straightening up the attic, a creepy space with exposed beams and weird shadows even in broad daylight. "Lucas, you okay staying there by yourself?" James asked. He was 2 years older than me and had moved out when he started college. He knew how much the house freaked me out. Michael's coming over, and his girlfriend. "Cool. Hey, listen, is it okay if me and some friends stop by too? Kevin found this old Ouija board at a yard sale, and we thought, your house would be the perfect place to try it out." I immediately felt uneasy. "I don't know, man. The house has been pretty quiet lately. Maybe we shouldn't stir things up." James laughed. "Come on, it's just a game. Parker thinks it's all bullshit anyway. It'll be fun to scare him." I reluctantly agreed, but as I hung up the phone, I felt a heaviness settle over me. While straightening a stack of old encyclopedias my dad kept in the attic, I accidentally knocked volume M to the floor. As I bent to pick it up, I swear I heard something whisper my name from the dark corner behind me. I didn't stick around to find out if I'd imagined it. Michael and Sarah arrived around 7. The sun was still up, casting long shadows through the windows. Sarah was looking around, taking in the high ceilings and ornate woodwork. "This place is gorgeous," she said, "but I don't know about haunted. It just looks like a well-preserved Victorian to me." Michael nudged her. "Just wait. Lucas has told me some crazy stories about this place." I gave them the tour, pointing out spots where things had happened over the years. "That bedroom door there will slam shut, even if there's no draft," I explained as we walked the upstairs hallway. "And sometimes we hear footsteps on these stairs when everyone's accounted for." Sarah nodded politely, but I could tell she wasn't buying it. As we passed the attic door, I mentioned, "That's where most of the activity happens. The door shakes sometimes, like someone's trying to get out." "Has anyone ever checked if it's just loose hinges?" Sarah asked. "My dad replaced the hinges twice," I replied. "Didn't help." We were heading back downstairs when James arrived with his friends, Kevin, Parker, and a guy named Elliot I hadn't met before. Kevin was carrying a worn cardboard box with Ouija printed on the side. "Let's set up in the dining room," James said. "It's got the big table." I felt my stomach knot up, but I didn't say anything. We cleared off the dining room table while Kevin set up the board. Elliot found some candles in the kitchen drawer, and they arranged them around the board, dimming the lights for effect. "This is so stupid," Parker said, but I noticed he kept looking nervously at the shadows in the corners of the room. Sarah was intrigued despite herself. "I've never done one of these before. It's just ideomotor movements that make the planchette move, subconscious muscle twitches." Michael, James, and I exchanged looks. We knew better. The dining room was right at the bottom of the main staircase, and the table was positioned so that from where I sat, I could see straight up to the second-floor landing. We all gathered around the table, putting our fingers lightly on the plastic pointer. Kevin went through the rules. Never take your fingers off the planchette. Always say goodbye. Don't ask about death dates. Basic stuff. "Is there anyone here with us?" Kevin asked in a theatrical voice. Nothing happened at first. The pointer sat motionless under our fingers. Parker snickered. "Is there a spirit in this house?" Kevin tried again. Slowly, so slowly I thought I was imagining it, the pointer began to move. It drifted to yes. "Who are you?" James asked. The pointer slid across the board, spelling out M-A-R-G-A-R-E-T. "Did you live in this house?" Kevin asked. "Yes." "When did you die?" Parker asked, suddenly serious. The pointer moved to the numbers, 1, 9, 3 to 2. Sarah was watching the planchette intently. "Someone's pushing it," she whispered. "It's not me," I whispered back, and everyone else shook their heads too. That's when we heard it. Heavy footsteps on the stairs. Slow, deliberate steps. Thump, thump, thump. I looked up immediately. The staircase was empty. "What the hell was that?" Parker asked, his voice cracking. "Maybe it's Michael or Sarah moving around," James suggested, but they were both right there at the table. "We're all right here," Michael said, looking pale. "It's probably just the house settling," Sarah offered, but she didn't sound convinced. The footsteps continued, reaching the landing and then stopping. "Lucas," Kevin whispered, "is that normal?" Before I could answer, the pointer on the Ouija board began to move frantically, spelling out WATCHINGYOU. Parker jerked his hands back from the board. "Fuck this, man!" "Don't break the circle," Kevin hissed. "Ask it to do something," Elliot suggested, his eyes wide with excitement and fear. "Ask it to prove it's real." Kevin swallowed hard. "Margaret, if you're really here, can you give us a sign? Can you put out one of these candles?" We all held our breath, watching the flickering flames. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the candle directly in front of me suddenly sputtered and went out. The flame didn't gradually die. It was like someone had pinched it between their fingers. The other candles continued burning steadily without so much as a flicker. There was no draft, no breeze, nothing that could explain it. Parker stood up so fast he knocked his chair over. "I'm out. I'm fucking out." "Wait, we need to say goodbye." Kevin started, but Parker was already heading for the door. "I'll drive you," Elliot said, also standing up. He looked back at the board. "Sorry, Margaret, or whoever you are, we're leaving." James looked torn. "Guys, we should properly close this." But they weren't listening. Within seconds, half our group was gone, the front door slamming behind them. Only James, Michael, Sarah and I remained, staring at the Ouija board with its pointer still resting on the letter U. "We need to finish this properly," Kevin insisted, but his hands were shaking. The four of us put our fingers back on the planchette. "Goodbye," Kevin said firmly, guiding the pointer to the word at the bottom of the board. I felt resistance, like something didn't want us to end the session, but finally the pointer moved. As soon as we took our hands off, I flipped the lights back on and packed the board away, shoving it back in its box. "Well," Sarah said with a nervous laugh, "that was something." "You guys want to watch a movie or something?" I suggested, desperate for some normalcy. Take our minds off, whatever that was. We moved to the living room, putting on some forgettable comedy on VHS, but nobody was really watching. Every creak and groan of the house made us jump. After about an hour, James said he needed to get home. "Early shift tomorrow," he mumbled, not meeting my eyes. That left just me, Michael and Sarah. We decided to camp out in the living room, rather than split up into different bedrooms. Michael and Sarah took the pull-out couch, and I made up a bed on the floor nearby. It was around 1 a.m. when a new sound started. A rhythmic thumping from upstairs. Thump, thump, thump. "What's that?" Sarah whispered. She was sitting up on the couch, hugging her knees. "It's the attic door," I said quietly. "I told you it shakes sometimes." We listened as the thumping continued, growing more violent. It sounded like someone was throwing their body against the door, trying to break it down. "Should we check it out?" Michael asked, but I could tell he didn't want to. "No," I said firmly. "That's exactly what gets people killed in horror movies." Sarah's skepticism had completely evaporated. "This isn't funny anymore. There's got to be a rational explanation." The thumping stopped as suddenly as it had started. We sat in silence for several minutes, straining to hear. Just when we thought it was over, a new sound began. Something heavy being dragged across the attic floor right above our heads, slow scraping movements. Then came the knocking, 3 distinct knocks that seemed to echo through the entire house. "Maybe it's an animal," Sarah suggested weakly. "A raccoon or something." "It's not a raccoon," I said. "I'd been hearing these sounds my whole life." The dragging sounds continued, interspersed with more knocking. Then we heard a loud thud, like a heavy book being dropped. Sarah jumped up. "I can't do this. I'm sorry, Michael, but I can't stay here." "Sarah, wait." Michael started, but she was already gathering her things. "My parents only live 20 minutes away. I'll call you tomorrow." And just like that, she was gone too, leaving Michael and me staring at each other in the dim light of the TV. "I'm sorry, man," I said. Michael shook his head. "Not your fault. I never really believed your stories before. I guess I do now." We barely slept that night. Every time I started to drift off, I'd hear another sound, creaking floorboards, whispering voices, gentle tapping on the windows. By morning, I was exhausted and on edge. When sunlight finally streamed through the windows, I mustered the courage to check the attic. Michael declined to join me. The attic door was closed, just as it had been the day before. No sign that it had been shaking violently in the night. I opened it slowly, heart pounding. Everything looked normal at first glance. The old furniture, the boxes of Christmas decorations, the stack of encyclopedias. Except the encyclopedias weren't stacked neatly anymore. They were scattered across the small table, as if someone had been rifling through them. And there, on the floor beneath the table, was Volume M, the same one I'd picked up yesterday. I stared at it, remembering how I'd carefully put it back on top of the stack. There was no way it could have fallen on its own, and even if it had somehow fallen, it wouldn't have landed 3 feet away from the table. I grabbed the book and shoved it back with the others, then got out of the attic as fast as I could. I didn't tell Michael what I'd found. He was already spooked enough. My parents came home the next day, and life went back to normal, or as normal as it could be in that house. Sarah broke up with Michael a week later. She never set foot in our house again. James and his friends never brought up that night, and the Ouija board disappeared. Kevin told me he buried it in his backyard. I moved out as soon as I could afford my own place. My parents still live there, but they claim nothing unusual happens anymore. Sometimes I wonder if whatever was in that house was only interested in us, the kids, or if my parents have just gotten so used to the strange occurrences that they don't notice them anymore. All I know is that I've never touched a Ouija board since that night, and I never will again. Some doors, once opened, are impossible to close completely. Story 11. I still can't sleep properly. It's been almost 5 years since that night. But every time I close my eyes, I see them hanging there in that perfect circle. I was only 9 years old when it happened. But some things you never forget, no matter how much you want to. My name is Priya, and I lived next door to the Chandelier family in Burari, North Delhi. They moved to our neighborhood from some rural area when I was just a baby. Everyone loved them. Mr. Bhopal, Daddy as all the neighborhood kids called him, was always sneaking us candies from his store when our parents weren't looking. His wife, Mrs. Narayani, Mommy, would invite us in for chai and homemade sweets after school sometimes. Their house was always busy with family. 11 people lived there. Grandparents, uncles, aunties, cousins, all packed into that 3-story building. They ran a grocery store on the ground floor and had a plywood business too. They seemed so normal, so happy. But that morning, July 1st, 2018, changed everything. I woke up early because it was Sunday and I wanted to watch cartoons before my parents got up. Our apartment shared a wall with the chandeliers, and I could usually hear them starting their day. The sound of the prayer bells, someone sweeping the front stoop, Mr. Lalit opening the shutters of the shop. But that morning was different. It was too quiet. I remember looking out my bedroom window and noticing their front door was wide open. That was weird, because Delhi isn't the kind of place where people leave doors unlocked, let alone wide open. I could see straight into their front room. I wasn't supposed to go outside alone, but curiosity got the better of me. I slipped out of our apartment and crossed the small alley between our buildings. I called out as I approached their door. "Hello? Daddy? Mommy?" Nothing. Just silence. I peeked inside, and at first I couldn't understand what I was seeing. It looked like some kind of strange art installation in their hallway. There were stools knocked over on the floor. I stepped inside, calling out again. That's when I saw them. 10 people hanging from the ceiling in a perfect circle, their hands tied, blindfolded, mouths covered with tape. I recognized them all. Mr. Lalit, his brother Bhavnesh, their wives, the kids who were a bit older than me, Granny in her nightgown. They were swaying slightly like some terrible wind chime. I didn't scream. I couldn't. My throat closed up and I just stood there frozen. I noticed weird details, how they were all wearing the same white clothes, how some of them had their hands bound in front, others behind, how the ceiling hook they hung from looked like it had been installed recently, how their feet dangled at different heights. I backed away slowly, bumping into furniture. That's when I stepped into the side room and saw Mommy lying on her bed. At first, I thought she was sleeping, but something wasn't right. Her face was discolored, and there was a thin cloth wrapped around her neck. That's when I finally screamed. I screamed so loud it hurt my throat. My dad found me there, collapsed on their front step, hyperventilating. He carried me home while my mum called the police. Within minutes, the whole neighborhood was awake, and people were gathering outside the chandelier house, whispering, crying, praying. The police came with ambulances, but it was too late. They'd all been dead for hours. In the days that followed, our neighborhood became a media circus. News vans clogged the streets, reporters knocked on our door constantly, and police officers questioned everyone. I had to tell my story over and over again to different people, each time reliving that moment when I first walked into their house. What nobody understood was how it happened. How could 11 people decide to hang themselves? How could parents tie up their own children? It made no sense. My parents tried to shield me from the news, but I overheard things. Neighbors talking about how strange Mr. Lalit had become after his father died. How he rarely spoke to anyone outside the family anymore. How sometimes at night, people could hear chanting coming from their house. About a week after it happened, I overheard my parents talking with our neighbor, Mr. Sharma. They didn't know I was listening from the hallway. "The police found diaries," Mr. Sharma whispered. 11 of them. Lalit had been writing in them for years, pretending to be his dead father. "What do you mean?" my mum asked. After old Bhopal died back in 2007, Lalit started saying his father's spirit was visiting him, giving him instructions. He'd lost his voice years before in some accident, but suddenly started speaking again. But as if he was his father, he convinced the whole family that if they followed his father's rules, they would prosper. "But suicide," my dad said. "How does that make any sense?" "That's the thing. They didn't think they would die." According to the diaries, it was something called Bad Tapasya, hanging like a banyan tree to test their faith. They believed Bhopal's spirit would come save them at the last minute. I couldn't sleep for weeks after that. I kept thinking about Drishti, the youngest daughter who was only 15. We used to play badminton together sometimes. Had she been scared? Did she believe she wouldn't die? How could her parents do that to her? The most chilling part was learning about the ritual they'd performed. For 8 days before that final night, they had been practicing. They would tie their hands and feet, blindfold themselves and hang nooses around their necks, but not actually hang, like a twisted rehearsal. One diary entry they found, supposedly written by Lalit, channeling his father's spirit, said, "Everyone will tie their own hands, and when the kriya is done, everyone will help each other untie. None will die, the sky will open, and the earth will shake. I will come to save you all." But he never came to save them. The police investigation revealed even more disturbing details. The family had ordered food delivery that night, enough for 11 people. They'd left money in envelopes for bills. Lalit's niece, Priyanka, had gotten engaged just days before and was planning her wedding. They truly believed they would all wake up alive the next morning. What haunts me most is how normal they seemed on the outside. The day before, Mr. Lalit had helped my dad fix a leaky pipe. Bhavnesh's wife had invited my mom over for tea that weekend. They went to work, attended school functions, celebrated birthdays. But inside that house, something terrible was happening, something none of us noticed. After the funerals, our neighborhood changed. People moved away. The chandelier house stayed empty for years. No one wanted to live there. My parents finally sold our apartment last year. They said it was for my dad's new job, but I know the real reason. None of us could stand living next to that empty house anymore. I've tried to make sense of what happened. I've read about shared psychosis, about how one person's delusion can spread to an entire family if they're isolated enough. I've read theories about Lalit having schizophrenia after his accident, about how maybe he truly believed he was channeling his father. But nothing explains how 10 people could willingly hang themselves in a circle in their own hallway, or how a grandmother could allow herself to be strangled by her son. Sometimes I wonder if there was something else at work that night, something we can't explain. I don't believe in ghosts or spirits, but sometimes when I think about those 11 diaries filled with instructions from a dead man, I get chills. The only concrete evidence of what happened was in those diaries. One of the last entries said, "Keep water in a cup. When the time comes, I will appear and save you. Don't panic, I'll appear and save you." But he never appeared, and no one was saved. I've spent years trying to forget what I saw that morning. The therapists say I need to process it, not repress it. But how do you process something like that? How do you make sense of the senseless? The worst part is, I keep thinking I could have done something. If I had noticed something strange earlier, if I had told my parents about the weird chanting, if I had asked Drishti why she seemed so scared those last few weeks, could I have stopped it? I know that's irrational. I was just a kid, but that thought still keeps me up at night. Last year, I went back to Barari for the first time since we moved away. Our old neighborhood had changed. New families lived in most of the houses. But the chandelier house was still empty, windows boarded up. As I stood outside, an old woman approached me. She recognized me, even though I'd grown so much. "You were the one who found them," she said. It wasn't a question. I nodded. "They were good people," she said softly. "Something happened to them, something we can't understand." That's the thing that still disturbs me the most. Whatever drove 11 normal, loving people to hang themselves that night, whether it was mental illness or something supernatural, it happened right under everyone's noses. They went about their lives, ran their businesses, planned weddings, all while preparing to die together, and none of us saw it coming. I still have nightmares about what I saw that morning. I still see them hanging there in that perfect circle, waiting for a salvation that never came. I still wonder what went through their minds in those final moments when they realized no one was coming to save them. But most of all, I wonder what could have driven an entire family to believe so strongly in something so impossible that they were willing to die for it. And I wonder if any of us really know what's happening behind closed doors in the houses next to our own. I wish I could tell you I've moved on, that I've found peace with what happened. But the truth is, I haven't. I never will. Some things change you forever, and walking into that house on that quiet Sunday morning was one of those things for me. The case is officially closed now. The police ruled it a mass suicide driven by shared psychotic disorder. But for those of us who lived through it, who knew the family, the mystery will never really be solved. Sometimes at night, I still think I hear chanting through the walls, even though I know it's impossible. Sometimes I dream about Mr. Lalit writing in those diaries, his hand moving as if controlled by something else. Sometimes I wonder if, in those final moments, they realized the truth. But I'll never know. None of us will. And maybe that's the most terrifying part of all. Story 12. I've been debating whether or not to even write this down for weeks now. Part of me still feels like talking about it makes it more real, and maybe even encourages whatever's happening. But I need to get this off my chest, because it's driving me insane, keeping it bottled up. About 8 months ago, my family and I moved to Willow Creek. We found this old country house that seemed perfect, spacious, affordable, and far enough from our old place that we thought we'd left our problems behind. See, our previous home had some issues. We never talked about it much outside the family, but weird stuff happened there constantly. Objects would move, doors would slam, and we'd hear footsteps when nobody was there. Classic haunted house stuff that eventually became too much to handle. My mom and stepdad, Dave, decided we needed a fresh start. My younger brother, Ryan, was struggling with sleep, and honestly, so was I. So we packed up and found this place in Willow Creek that seemed like our salvation. A normal house where we could just be a normal family. But I guess whatever was following us had other plans. Or maybe this new place came with its own baggage. The first incident happened about a week after we moved in. I remember it clearly because it was the first time I felt that familiar dread creep back in. That feeling I thought we'd escaped. I was home alone, catching up on some homework in my bedroom. Mom and Dave had taken Ryan to check out his new school, and I'd stayed behind to finish an essay. I got up to grab a snack and walked past the upstairs bathroom. The door was open, nothing unusual. I went downstairs, made a sandwich, and started heading back up. That's when I heard it. The sound of rushing water. I froze halfway up the stairs, sandwich in hand, immediately feeling my heart rate pick up. When I reached the bathroom, the faucet was running full blast. Both hot and cold water cranked all the way up. Water was splashing over the sides of the sink. I know it wasn't running when I passed by just minutes earlier. I would have heard it. I would have seen it. I shut it off, my hands shaking slightly, and tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe the pressure built up. Maybe I bumped it without realizing. I didn't believe either explanation, but it was better than the alternative. I didn't mention it to anyone when they got home. I figured it was just a one-off thing. But 3 days later, my mum experienced the same thing. She was doing laundry in the basement when she heard water running. She came upstairs to find the kitchen sink blasting at full force. She asked me if I'd left it on, but I'd been in the backyard the whole time. Within 2 weeks, it had happened to everyone in the family. Ryan was the most freaked out by it. He came running into my room one afternoon, practically in tears, saying the bathroom sink turned on while he was brushing his teeth, even though his hands weren't near the faucets. Dave, ever the practical one, checked all the plumbing. He spent an entire Saturday looking for loose fixtures, water pressure issues, anything that could explain what was happening. He found nothing. That would have been unsettling enough, but then the dishwasher started acting up. The first time it happened, we were all asleep. I woke up around 3 a.m. to the distinct sound of the dishwasher running downstairs. I figured maybe Mum or Dave had loaded it before bed and set a delayed start or something. I tried to go back to sleep, but something about it felt off. The next morning at breakfast, Mum asked who had run the dishwasher in the middle of the night. Everyone denied it. Dave immediately blamed Ryan or me for messing around. I tried telling him we didn't do it, but he didn't believe us. This happened several more times over the next few weeks. Always in the middle of the night, the dishwasher would kick on with its distinctive humming and sloshing. We started emptying it and leaving it open before bed, hoping that would stop whatever was happening. Then, one evening, we were all in the living room watching a movie. Dave got up to get something from the kitchen, and we heard him yell. We all rushed in to find him staring at the dishwasher, which had just started cycling, even though nobody had touched it. The look on his face, that mix of confusion and fear, made my stomach drop. He couldn't deny it anymore. The next day, he called a repairman. I remember sitting at the kitchen counter while this guy, Mike or Mark or something, examined the dishwasher. He spent about an hour taking things apart, checking connections and testing the start mechanism. Finally, he closed it up and turned to Dave. "There's nothing wrong with it," he said, looking genuinely puzzled. "The switch mechanism is intact, the timer's working properly. It's impossible for this thing to start itself." Dave paid him anyway, and after he left, we all just stood there in the kitchen, not saying anything. What could we say? The repairman had just confirmed our worst fears. What was happening wasn't normal. But even with the faucets and the dishwasher, we might have been able to convince ourselves it was just some weird electrical or plumbing issue. Maybe the house was old and had quirks we didn't understand yet. But then came the shadows. I first noticed it about a month after we moved in. I was in my bedroom, working on some homework at my desk, which faces the window overlooking our side yard. It was getting dark outside, but not completely dark yet. That weird twilight time when everything starts looking a bit hazy and grey. Something moved past my window. Just a quick shadow, there and gone so fast I almost thought I'd imagined it. But it was distinct enough that I got up and looked outside. There was nothing there. No neighbours, no animals, nothing that could have cast that shadow. I tried to shake it off. My eyes were probably tired from staring at my computer screen. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen. It wasn't just a shadow. It was a shadow person. A dark, human-shaped figure that had moved past my window with purpose. I didn't tell anyone. I mean, how do you casually bring that up? "Hey, Mom, I think I saw a shadow person outside my window today." She'd either think I was making it up, or she'd freak out, and honestly, I didn't want either reaction. But about a week later, I was helping Ryan with some math homework in the dining room, when he suddenly went quiet, mid-sentence. I looked up to find him staring out the window with wide eyes. "What's wrong?" I asked him. He blinked a few times and shook his head. "Nothing. I just thought I saw someone walk by outside." I felt my blood run cold. "Like who?" "I don't know. Just someone. But when I looked, no one was there." He shrugged, trying to act like it wasn't a big deal, but I could tell it had freaked him out. I wanted to tell him then that I'd seen the same thing, but I didn't want to scare him more. So I just said the yard was probably full of shadows because of the trees, and he seemed to accept that. Over the next few months, I caught glimpses of those shadow figures regularly. Always in my peripheral vision, always moving quickly past windows. They never appeared directly in front of me, and they never came inside, at least not that I could see. But they were there, circling our house, watching us. I started developing this habit of constantly checking windows, scanning the yard whenever I was near glass. Mum noticed and asked if I was okay, if I was feeling anxious about something. I lied and said I was fine, just daydreaming a lot. The breaking point came about 8 months after we moved in. It was a Sunday afternoon, and we were all home. Mum and Dave were in the kitchen making dinner. Ryan was playing video games in the living room, and I was at the dining room table finishing up some homework. I remember looking up from my textbook just as Mom gasped from the kitchen. At the exact same moment, Dave cursed under his breath, and I saw it too, a dark figure moving quickly past the kitchen window. "Did you see that?" Mum said, her voice shaking slightly. Dave nodded, his face pale. Someone just walked past the window. I stood up so fast my chair nearly fell over. "I saw it too." Ryan paused his game and looked over at us. "Saw what?" Dave was already moving toward the back door. "Someone's in our yard." I followed him, and Ryan jumped up to join us. Dave flung open the back door and we all piled out onto the deck. The yard was completely empty. There was nowhere someone could have hidden in the few seconds it took us to get outside. No bushes, no structures, nothing. Just our open yard leading to the woods about 50 yards back. We split up and checked the entire perimeter of the house. No footprints, no disturbances in the gravel driveway, no signs that anyone had been there at all. When we went back inside, Mum was sitting at the kitchen table, hands wrapped around a mug of tea, looking shaken. "I've been seeing them for months," she said quietly as we came in. "I thought I was imagining things." "Seeing what?" Dave asked, though I think we all knew what she meant. "People, shadows, moving past the windows, just out of the corner of my eye." Ryan sat down heavily. "Me too. I see them all the time." Dave looked at me. "Andrew?" I nodded. "Since we moved in, I didn't want to say anything because I thought you'd think I was crazy." We all just sat there for a long time, processing the fact that we'd all been experiencing the same thing for months without telling each other. The relief of not being alone mixed with the horror of confirmation. This wasn't in our heads. Something was happening in this house. "What are they?" Ryan finally asked, his voice small. None of us had an answer. That night, we had a family meeting to discuss everything that had been happening. The faucets, the dishwasher, the shadow people. For the first time, we laid it all out in the open. It was both terrifying and liberating. Dave suggested maybe it was just the house settling, playing tricks on our eyes with reflections and old pipes. But even he didn't sound convinced. Mom wondered if we should look into the history of the house, see if anyone had died here. Ryan asked if we could move again. I just sat there, trying to make sense of it all. Why did these things follow us? Or was this place haunted before we ever arrived? Over the next few months, the activity continued. The faucets would turn on, the dishwasher would start in the middle of the night, and those shadow figures kept passing by our windows. We learned to live with it, as crazy as that sounds. What choice did we have? Moving again wasn't financially possible, at least not right away. We developed routines and coping mechanisms. We'd call out to each other whenever the faucets turned on. Got another one in the upstairs bathroom. Became a normal thing to shout in our house. We unplugged the dishwasher every night before bed, and we tried not to look directly out the windows too often. The weird thing is, after about 3 years, the shadow people disappeared, just stopped appearing altogether. We thought maybe whatever was happening had finally ended. We even started feeling somewhat normal again, until I came home from college for Thanksgiving break last year. I hadn't been home in about 4 months, and on my first night back, I was up late in the kitchen getting a snack when I saw it. A dark figure moving swiftly past the window above the sink. My blood went cold, and I dropped the glass I was holding. It shattered on the floor, waking up the whole house. When my family came downstairs and found me standing there, surrounded by broken glass and staring at the window, they knew immediately what had happened. Mom just sighed and helped me clean up the mess. Dave checked outside, finding nothing as usual, and Ryan just gave me this look that said, "Welcome home." I've been back several times since then, and every single time the shadow figures reappear. Only when I'm home, never when I'm away. Like they've been waiting for me. I don't understand any of it. I've researched shadow people online, read about residual hauntings and intelligent hauntings, and all kinds of paranormal theories. Nothing quite matches what we're experiencing. These entities never try to communicate, never come inside, never do anything except move past our windows and occasionally mess with our water fixtures. Mom says we've just learned to accept it as part of living in this house. Some places have mice or bad plumbing, she told me last time I visited. Ours has shadow people. But I can't accept it that easily, because sometimes, when I'm lying in my old bedroom trying to sleep, I swear I can feel them gathering outside my window, watching, waiting. For what, I don't know. And sometimes when I look outside, I think I see them standing still instead of moving, just staring back at me from the tree line. But when I blink or look directly, they're gone. I'm back at school now, hundreds of miles away from that house, but I can't stop thinking about it, about them. And I'm terrified that one day they'll stop being content with just passing by our windows. That one day I'll look up and find one of them standing in my room, watching me with eyeless sockets in its featureless face. And I don't know what I'll do when that day comes. Story 13. I've never told this story publicly before. There are nights I still wake up sweating, seeing their faces. It's been decades since that day in the Strait of Malacca, but some horrors don't fade with time. I was just a young seaman then, barely 22, working on the Silver Star. This happened in February 1947, and I'm one of the few still alive who boarded that cursed ship. That morning started like any other at sea. I remember the sticky heat that never seemed to let up in those waters, my uniform already damp with sweat by 0600 hours. The air had that heavy tropical feel, like breathing through wet cotton. I was helping maintain the engine room that day, a job I'd been doing for nearly 8 months by then. We were making a routine merchant run through the Strait of Malacca when our radio operator Jenkins came running into the mess hall during breakfast. His face was pale, which stood out immediately because most of us had that reddish tan from constant sun exposure. Jenkins wasn't easily rattled. He'd served in the Pacific during the war, but something had him spooked. "Cap wants all hands on deck," he announced, his voice shaking slightly. "We've just received a distress call." Now, distress calls weren't uncommon, especially in those busy shipping lanes. But something in Jenkins' voice told me this was different. I grabbed my last piece of toast and followed the others up. On deck, Captain Williams was standing with the first mate, both staring out at the horizon with binoculars. The captain was holding a piece of paper, which I later learned contained the Morse message they'd received. When he read it to us, a chill ran down my spine despite the tropical heat. All officers, including Captain, dead, lying in chart room and bridge, possibly whole crew dead. There had been some garbled transmission after that, then the chilling final words, "I die." The message had come from a Dutch freighter called the SS Orang Medan. Our radio operators had tried to establish contact again, but received only silence. The captain explained that we were the closest vessel and were duty-bound to investigate. We changed course immediately. It took us about 2 hours to reach the approximate coordinates. I remember standing at the railing, scanning the waters alongside my crewmates. There was an unusual tension in the air, not just the normal apprehension you might expect when responding to a distress call, but something deeper. Several of the older sailors seemed especially uneasy, muttering among themselves about bad business. Then someone spotted it, a ship drifting aimlessly on the calm waters, no smoke from the stacks, no movement on deck, just a ghost ship under the bright midday sun. As we drew closer, I could make out the name painted on her hull, Orang Medan. Captain Williams tried hailing them over the radio and then by megaphone, but there was no response. The vessel just drifted silently, looking completely abandoned yet somehow wrong. I can't explain it, but looking at that ship made my skin crawl even from a distance. The captain assembled a boarding party of 6 men, including himself. I was selected because I had some medical training from my time as a field medic assistant during the war. The others were Williams, First Mate Peterson, Chief Engineer Garfield, and two of our strongest deckhands, Martinez and Cooper. We lowered a boat and rowed the short distance to the Orang Medan. The entire way there, no one spoke. I remember the rhythmic splash of the oars was the only sound, eerily loud in the stillness. As we came alongside, I noticed there were no visible signs of damage to the hull. No reason for a ship this size to be dead in the water. Boarding was simple enough. The freighter was sitting low in the water, making it easy to climb aboard from our small boat. The moment my feet hit the deck, I felt it, a strange coldness that seemed to be coming from the metal itself, despite the blistering heat of the day. It didn't make sense. Metal decks in those waters should have been hot enough to burn bare skin. "Check for survivors," Captain Williams ordered, his voice unnaturally loud in the silence. We spread out across the deck, calling out but receiving no answer. Everything was immaculately in place. No signs of struggle, no evidence of a storm or attack. It was as if the crew had simply vanished in the middle of their duties. Then Cooper shouted from near the bridge entrance, "Captain, you need to see this." We hurried over and found him standing over the body of a man in a sailor's uniform. The man was lying flat on his back, arms outstretched like he was warding something off. His eyes were wide open, bulging really, and his mouth was fixed in what I can only describe as a silent scream. His face, God, his face. Pure terror doesn't begin to describe it. It was as if he'd seen something so horrifying that his features had frozen that way in death. The strange thing was, there wasn't a mark on him, no blood, no wounds, nothing to indicate what had killed him. And despite the heat, his body was cold to the touch when I checked for signs of life. "How long has he been dead?" the captain asked me. I shook my head. "I can't tell, sir, but something's not right. The body should be different in this heat." What I didn't say was that despite the coldness of the corpse, there were already signs of accelerated decomposition, much faster than should have been possible. The skin had a strange greyish tinge, and there was an odour that wasn't quite the smell of normal death. We found more bodies as we moved through the ship, all in the exact same position, on their backs, arms outstretched, faces contorted in terror. In the galley, we found 3 men who seemed to have been in the middle of a meal. On the stairs to the lower deck, 2 more. Each one with that same expression of horror, each one positioned as if they'd fallen backward while trying to shield themselves from something. The bridge was even worse. The captain, navigator and helmsman all dead at their posts. The ship's log was open, the last entry noting nothing unusual except some minor engine issues the day before. The radio room held perhaps the most disturbing sight. The radio operator slumped over his equipment, finger still resting on the telegraph key, face frozen in that same terrified expression. He must have been the one who sent the message we received. "What the hell happened here?" Martinez whispered, crossing himself. Nobody answered. Nobody could. The captain ordered us to check the cargo hold, thinking perhaps they'd been transporting something dangerous, chemicals or gas that had leaked. Garfield and I headed down while the others continued checking for survivors. The ship's bowels were the strangest part of all. While the upper decks were unnaturally cold, down below it was like stepping into a freezer. Our breath fogged in front of us, which was impossible in the tropics without refrigeration equipment this freight ship didn't have. The cold seemed to intensify as we approached the cargo hold. "This doesn't make sense," Garfield muttered, his voice echoing in the metal corridor. "The boiler room should be hotter than hell, not cold enough to see your breath." We found more bodies along the way, engineers, coal stokers, all in the same positions with the same expressions. Even the ship's dog, a German shepherd from the look of it, was dead, its body rigid in a posture of attack, teeth bared as if it had died while growling at something invisible. The cargo manifest listed routine goods, coffee, spices, timber, Nothing that could explain what we were seeing. No dangerous chemicals, no weapons, nothing out of the ordinary for a merchant vessel on this route. Yet something had killed the entire crew, seemingly all at once, without leaving a mark. After about 40 minutes exploring the ship, we regrouped on deck. No survivors had been found. All 28 crew members were dead, including the captain. We were discussing what to do next when Peterson noticed something. "The bodies," he said suddenly. "They're changing." He was right. The corpses, which had already shown unusual signs of decomposition, were deteriorating rapidly before our eyes. The skin was discoloring and starting to slough off in places. The smell was becoming unbearable. It was as if whatever had been preserving them in their state of horror was wearing off, and nature was rushing to catch up. Captain Williams made the decision to tow the Orang Medan to the nearest port. We returned to the Silver Star and prepared the tow lines. The entire time, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched from somewhere on that dead ship. Several times I caught myself staring at the portholes, expecting to see a face looking back at me. We secured the tow lines and began moving slowly. I was on deck, keeping an eye on the connection between the ships when I first noticed the smoke. It was just wisps at first, curling up from below the decks of the Orang Medan. Within minutes, it had thickened considerably. "Fire!" I shouted, alerting the others. Captain Williams immediately ordered the tow lines cut. We'd barely managed to sever the connection when the first explosion rocked the Orang Medan. It wasn't just an ordinary explosion. The entire ship seemed to lift out of the water for a moment. Then came a series of secondary blasts, each one more powerful than the last. We pulled away as fast as possible, watching in horror as the ship was torn apart by whatever was igniting in its holds. The final explosion was so violent that I was knocked off my feet despite being hundreds of yards away. When I looked up again, the Orang Medan was gone, just burning debris and an oil slick where it had been moments before. It had literally been blown out of the water before sinking beneath the waves. We reported the incident when we reached port, but with no physical evidence left, no ship, no bodies, nothing but our testimony. The official investigation went nowhere. Some theories suggested illegal chemical weapons or unstable explosives being secretly transported. Others pointed to piracy or some kind of mass poisoning. But those theories don't explain what I saw on that ship. They don't explain the unnatural cold, the expressions of pure terror, or how everyone died simultaneously without a single mark on them. They don't explain why the bodies decomposed so quickly once we found them, or why the ship exploded with such force. In the years since, I've researched similar incidents and spoken with the few surviving crewmates from our boarding party. Most have passed on now. Some refuse to ever discuss what happened that day. A few turned to drink or religion, trying to forget or make sense of it. I still have nightmares about those faces. Sometimes I wake up feeling that same unnatural cold we felt on the deck of the Orang Medan, even on the hottest summer nights. And sometimes, just as I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can hear faint Morse code tapping. I die. What killed the crew of the Orang Medan? I don't know. Part of me doesn't want to know. But whatever it was, it wanted no witnesses, no evidence. And it very nearly took us with it. Story 14. I know nobody will believe me, but I need to tell someone what's been happening all my life. I'm Jessica. I'm 18, and I've never known what it's like to live in a normal house. None of our homes have ever been normal because we've never been alone in them. She's always been there, always watching, ever since I was a baby. I don't remember the first time I saw her, which freaks me out more than anything. My first actual memory of her is from when I was around 4 years old. My mom, sister, and I had just moved into a small ranch-style house in Cedar Grove after my parents split up. I was playing with my Barbie dolls in the hallway while my mom was unpacking boxes in the kitchen. I remember looking up and seeing her standing at the end of the hall. This tall woman with long black hair wearing a white dress with this buttoned shirt. I couldn't see her face clearly. I've never been able to see her face. I didn't scream or anything. That's the weird part. Like, I knew she wasn't supposed to be there, but somehow I also knew she wasn't new. Like when you see a teacher outside of school, you're surprised to see them there, but you're not surprised they exist, you know? That's how it felt. Like, oh, she's here too. My mom came running when I asked, "Who's the lady?" But by then, she was gone. Mom just brushed it off, said I was imagining things because of the stress of moving. But Emma saw her too, even though she was only 1 at the time. Em would stare and point at empty doorways, babbling in that way babies do. We've moved 6 times since my parents divorced. Different houses, different neighborhoods, even different school districts. But she always comes with us. Always, like she's attached to us, not the houses. I didn't realize how messed up this was until I was about 10 and at a sleepover. My friend Talia was talking about how her house was haunted because a door slammed once, and I laughed and said, "That's nothing. The woman in our house watches me play." The whole room went silent. That's when I realized other people didn't have what we had. That's when I understood we were different. Mom finally admitted she'd seen her too when I was 12. We were sitting at the kitchen table doing homework, and Mom was making dinner. She dropped a pot and just froze, staring toward the living room doorway. I turned and saw her there, the woman, just standing and watching us. She was so tall, like 5'9", or maybe even 6 feet, towering in the doorway. She didn't move. She never moves when you're looking directly at her. She's just there. That night, Mom sat us down and told us that the woman had been around since I was born. She'd first appeared in the hospital room the day after I was born, just standing in the corner watching. The nurses couldn't see her. Dad couldn't see her, only Mom could. She thought she was having postpartum hallucinations, so she never told anyone. But the woman kept appearing. In our first house, in the second house after the divorce, and every house since. Mom said she tried to convince herself it wasn't real for years. But when Emma started seeing her too at around age 3, Mom couldn't deny it anymore. The weirdest thing is, she has rules, like actual patterns she follows. She can't go everywhere in our houses. There are places she won't or can't go. I discovered this when I was 14. We were living in a split level on Oakwood Drive, and I was sick of feeling watched all the time. I started paying attention to where she appeared and where she didn't. I realized I'd never seen her in my bedroom, not once, so I started spending more time there. It became my safe space. I'd invite Emma in when she got freaked out, and we'd sit on my bed and just breathe, knowing she couldn't get in. Emma discovered more about her limitations last year. She saw the woman come out of her room. Yeah, the woman goes in Emma's room, which is all kinds of messed up, and then stop right at my closed bedroom door. Like there was an invisible wall there. Then she turned and walked through the living room toward the kitchen, but when she got to where the carpet ended and the hardwood floor began at the kitchen entrance, she stopped again. Just stood there for a while, then disappeared. We started mapping her boundaries after that. In our current house, she can't enter my bedroom, the downstairs bathroom, or the back porch. She can't cross from carpet to hardwood in the kitchen area, but she can enter Emma's room, the living room, the hallways, and Mom's bedroom. The boundaries are different in every house we move to, but there are always boundaries. And my room is always safe. Always. I don't know why. The thing that creeps me out the most is how she just watches, especially when Mom isn't around. When we were little, she'd stand in doorways while Emma and I played, just standing there silent, her face always somehow in shadow, or turned slightly away so I couldn't make it out. Sometimes for minutes, sometimes for hours. I used to be terrified of her. I'd freeze when I saw her, afraid to move or speak. But as I got older, it became normal. Is that messed up? That having a ghost, or whatever she is, following my family became normal to me. Mum's tried everything. Had priests come bless the houses, they never saw her. Tried smudging with sage. The woman disappeared for 3 days, then came back. We even had a paranormal expert come who said he couldn't detect anything but took Mom's money anyway. Last summer was when things started to change. I was home alone, doing laundry in the basement. I turned around and she was standing at the bottom of the stairs, closer than she'd ever been before, maybe 10 feet away. I could see more detail than ever before. Her dress wasn't just white, it had these tiny blue flowers embroidered around the collar. The buttons on her shirt were pearl, not plastic. Her hair wasn't just black, it was so black it seemed to absorb the light around it. I didn't run, I don't know why. Maybe 18 years of living with something makes you less afraid, even when you should be terrified. Instead, I spoke to her directly for the first time. "Who are you?" I asked. She didn't respond. She never makes a sound, but she tilted her head slightly, like she was considering me. I swear the air got colder. "Why are you following us?" I tried again. Nothing. But she took a step forward. She'd never moved while I was watching before, never. I backed up against the washing machine, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my fingertips. She took another step, then another. 5 feet away now. Close enough that I should have been able to see her face clearly, but it remained obscured, like looking at someone through frosted glass. The washing machine buzzed behind me, signaling the end of the cycle, and I jumped. When I looked back, she was gone. Since then, things have been escalating. She's been appearing more frequently, standing closer. Last week, Emma woke up to find her standing at the foot of her bed, just watching. Em screamed so loud Mom and I both came running. The woman was gone by the time we got there, but Emma was hysterical. She slept in my room that night, and every night since. Yesterday was the worst yet. It was just a normal Sunday. Mom was at her book club, Emma was at soccer practice, and I was home alone, studying for finals. I was sitting at my desk, which faces away from my bedroom door. I had this feeling, this prickling on the back of my neck, like I was being watched. I turned around slowly, and there she was, in my doorway, the doorway to my room, my safe space, the one place she'd never been able to enter. She wasn't in my room, just in the doorway, but that was close enough. Too close. She'd broken her pattern, broken the rules we thought we understood. I scrambled back in my chair, knocking over my water bottle. "You can't be here," I whispered. "This is my room. You can't come in here." She stayed perfectly still, but something was different. Her head was raised, slightly higher, like she was looking directly at me. And for a split second, just a fraction of a moment, I thought I caught a glimpse of her face. There were no eyes. Where eyes should have been, there was just smooth skin. No eye sockets, no eyelids, nothing, just flat, pale skin. I blinked, and her face was obscured again. But I know what I saw. I know. I grabbed my phone and started recording, hands shaking so bad I could barely hold it steady. "I see you," I said, my voice stronger than I felt. "I'm recording you right now." She tilted her head again, that same curious gesture from the basement. Then she raised her hand, the first time I'd ever seen her move her arms, and pointed at me. Not aggressively, more like identifying, like she was confirming, "Yes, you." I checked my phone screen to make sure it was capturing her, but when I looked at the display, there was nothing in my doorway. Nothing. I looked up from the phone, and she was still there, still pointing. Back to the phone. Nothing. Back to the doorway. There she was. She doesn't show up on cameras. Of course she doesn't. That would be too easy, too provable. I was crying now, backing up until I hit the wall. "What do you want?" I screamed. "Why us? Why our family?" For the first time in 18 years, she took a step forward, not just closer, but actually across the threshold into my room, into my safe space. The temperature plummeted, My window frosted over in seconds. I could see my breath clouding in front of me. She took another step. I could smell something now, like wet earth and old perfume. Sweet, but rotting. Another step. She was maybe 4 feet away now, close enough to touch me if she reached out. I closed my eyes. I couldn't look anymore. I slid down the wall, pulling my knees to my chest, waiting for, I don't know what, for her to touch me, kill me, possess me. Jessica, my mom's voice from downstairs. She was home early. I opened my eyes. The woman was gone. My room was warm again. The frost on the window was already melting. That was yesterday. Last night I slept in Mom's room with her and Emma, all of us crammed into her queen-sized bed, like when we were little and afraid of thunderstorms. Except we're not afraid of thunder. We're afraid of what's already inside our house. What's always been inside every house. Mom says we're going to move again, like that will help. We all know she'll just follow us. She always does. I don't know why I'm even writing this. Maybe so there's a record somewhere if something happens to us. Maybe because I need someone, anyone, to believe me. To know that she's real, that she's always been real. She broke the rules yesterday. She entered my safe space. If she can do that now, what else can she do? What will she do and why, after 18 years of just watching, is she suddenly getting closer? I keep checking my doorway as I type this. Keep feeling that prickle on the back of my neck, the feeling of being watched. Because I am being watched, I always have been, and I don't know what she wants. Story 15. Niluzi, I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I'm the guy who laughs during horror movies and explains away the unexplainable. But what happened last weekend in that old railway tunnel has left me questioning everything I thought I knew about reality. My buddy Ed and I have been hiking partners for years. We're both into urban exploration and abandoned places, though Ed's always been more cautious than me. When I found some online forums talking about this century-old railway tunnel about 2 hours from where we live, I knew we had to check it out. The tunnel had been abandoned since the 1940s, when they rerouted the tracks after a series of accidents. According to local history and the forum posts I'd been reading, at least 7 people had died in there. 4 during construction from cave-ins, 2 railway workers during a freak accident when part of the tunnel collapsed, and 1 hiker who got lost in there back in the 90s and apparently died of hypothermia. Ed wasn't thrilled when I suggested exploring it. "Man, I don't know about this one," he said when I showed him the location on Google Maps. "Those forums say it's seriously unstable." "That's what makes it interesting," I replied. "Besides, I got us some gear. I'd picked up an EMF reader a few weeks ago. Never used one before, but I figured it might be fun to bring along. Not that I expected to find anything, I just thought it would add to the adventure. I'd also brought my good flashlight, backup batteries, our usual hiking gear, and my GoPro. We parked at this small gravel lot near an overgrown trail. The August heat was stifling, around 95 degrees, with humidity that made it feel like walking through soup. The trail was barely visible now, just a thin line cutting through dense forest. About a mile in, the trees suddenly opened up to reveal the tunnel entrance, a massive stone archway partially covered in moss and vines. It looked like something from another time. The entrance was partially blocked by fallen rocks and debris, but there was enough space for us to walk through. The temperature drop was immediate and dramatic. It must have been at least 30 degrees cooler inside than out in the August heat. Our footsteps echoed off the stone walls, and the beam from my flashlight cut through the darkness ahead of us. "This place is massive," Ed said, his voice echoing. He was already looking uneasy, his flashlight beam darting around nervously. The tunnel was about 15 feet wide, with an arched ceiling maybe 20 feet high at its center. The original tracks had been removed decades ago, leaving just a dirt floor with the occasional wooden railroad tie still embedded in the ground. Water dripped from the ceiling, creating small puddles that reflected our lights. As we walked deeper, the daylight from the entrance began to fade behind us. About 500 feet in, we hit our first obstacle, a partial collapse that narrowed the tunnel to about half its original width. We carefully climbed over the rubble pile and continued. "How far does this thing go?" Ed asked, his voice tighter than usual. "According to the map I found, probably about 1.25 miles total," I answered, trying to sound confident. "Great," he muttered. The air grew colder and damper the further we went. Our breath was visible now, little clouds of condensation that hung in the beam of our flashlights. The walls were slick with moisture, and in some spots, small stalactites had formed on the ceiling. It was eerily beautiful in a way. About halfway through, we encountered another collapse, this one much more substantial. The entire tunnel ahead was blocked, except for a small opening about 3 feet in diameter near the top of the debris pile. "I don't think we should go any further," Ed said, shining his light at the unstable-looking pile of rocks and timber. But I was too curious. "I just want to see what's on the other side. I'll be quick." I climbed up the debris pile carefully, testing each handhold before putting my weight on it. When I reached the opening, I shined my flashlight through. What I saw made me pause. The tunnel continued on the other side, but the floor was completely submerged in water, dark, still water that reflected my flashlight beam like black glass. It looked deep, too. The ceiling had partially collapsed in several places ahead, creating an obstacle course of debris piles rising from the water. "What do you see?" Ed called from below. "Water. Lots of it. Looks like the rest of the tunnel is flooded." "Then we should head back," he said, sounding relieved. "That water's probably freezing." I had to admit he was right. Even with all our gear, wading through unknown depths of ice-cold water in an unstable tunnel wasn't a smart move. Reluctantly, I climbed back down. "All right, let's start heading back," I agreed. "But first I want to try something." I pulled out the EMF reader from my backpack. It was a simple model I'd bought online. Nothing fancy, just a handheld device with LED lights that lit up in response to electromagnetic fields. Ed looked at me like I was crazy. "Seriously? You're going ghost hunting now?" "I'm not ghost hunting," I said defensively. "I'm just curious. This place has history, you know? All those deaths. I just want to see if there's anything weird going on with the electromagnetic fields in here." Ed rolled his eyes but didn't object further. I turned on the EMF reader and walked around a bit. The device remained quiet, with only the occasional single light blinking when I passed it near our electronics. "See? Nothing," Ed said. "Can we go now?" "Hang on," I said. "Let's do this properly. If there is something here, we need to create the right conditions." "What? Are you an expert ghost hunter now?" I ignored his sarcasm. "Let's turn everything off. No phones, no flashlights, complete darkness and silence. Then we'll see if the EMF picks up anything." Ed looked genuinely uncomfortable now. "I don't like this, Jason. 2 minutes, I promised. Just 2 minutes in the dark, then we'll head back." Reluctantly, he agreed. We turned off our flashlights and phones. The darkness was absolute, the kind of perfect blackness you never experience in the modern world. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. The silence was just as complete, broken only by our breathing and the occasional distant drip of water. I held the EMF reader out in front of me, its own small indicator, light the only illumination. "Is anyone here with us?" I called out, feeling slightly ridiculous. "If you're here, can you give us a sign?" Nothing happened. The EMF reader remained dark. I tried again. "We mean no disrespect. We're just curious about this place and its history. If there's anyone here who wants to communicate, please show us a sign." Still nothing. After about 2 minutes of this, I sighed. "Okay, let's head back," I said, turning my flashlight back on. Ed didn't need to be told twice. He already had his light on, and was facing the direction we came from. We started walking back toward the entrance, the EMF reader still in my hand, but largely forgotten now. We'd gone maybe 100 feet, when suddenly all the lights on the device lit up at once. I stopped abruptly. "Ed, look." He turned and saw the fully illuminated EMF reader. "Probably just interference from our flashlights," he said, but didn't sound convinced. "But it wasn't doing this before, and nothing has changed," I pointed out. The lights on the device remained steadily lit. On a whim, I asked aloud, "Is someone trying to communicate with us?" The lights remained steady. "Can we stay in the tunnel a little longer?" Immediately, and I mean instantly, all the lights on the EMF reader went completely dark. Not gradually fading, but shutting off as if someone had flipped a switch. The hair on my arm stood up. My mouth went dry as I asked, "Do you want us to leave?" The lights blazed back to full strength, every single one lit up bright. Ed and I exchanged looks. I could see actual fear in his eyes now. "Let's go," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. I nodded, suddenly eager to get out myself. We picked up our pace, almost jogging back toward the entrance. The EMF reader continued to show a strong signal the entire way, the lights never dimming. As we approached the tunnel entrance, I noticed something strange about the EMF reader. The signals seemed to be coming from a specific direction now, not all around us like before. I slowly moved the device around, watching as the lights dimmed when I pointed it at the ground or walls, but blazed to full strength when I pointed it above and slightly to the side of us. It's like something's following us," I said, my voice shaking slightly. "Don't say that," Ed hissed. "Just keep moving." We finally reached the entrance and burst out into the late afternoon sunlight. The heat hit us like a wall after the cold dampness of the tunnel. I turned around and pointed the EMF reader back toward the tunnel entrance. Nothing. The device was completely dark now. Curious, I took a few steps back toward the entrance. The moment I crossed the threshold, back into the tunnel, the lights lit up again, pointing at the same spot above and to the side of the entrance. "Jason, come on," Ed called from a safe distance away. I backed out of the tunnel again, watching the EMF reader go dark once more. I switched it off and on again to make sure it was still working properly. It was. On the hike back to the car, neither of us spoke much. The oppressive summer heat felt comforting now after the unnatural cold of the tunnel. When we reached the car, I checked the EMF reader one more time, waving it around the vehicle and our electronic devices. It responded normally, small readings near our phones and the car's electrical system, nothing near the levels we'd seen in the tunnel. "That was weird, right?" I finally said as we drove away. "You saw that too?" Ed nodded, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. "I don't know what that was, and I don't want to know. I've spent the week since then, trying to rationalize what happened. I've researched EMF readers and potential sources of interference. I've looked into the history of the tunnel more deeply, finding more stories about strange experiences people have had there. I've tested the EMF reader around various electronics and in different locations to see if I could recreate what happened. Nothing explains it. The device works normally everywhere else. There were no power lines near the tunnel, no electrical systems, nothing that should have created such strong and responsive electromagnetic fields. I keep thinking about how the reader went completely dark when I asked if we could stay, then immediately lit up when I asked if whatever was there wanted us to leave. It was responding to my questions. It was communicating, and the way the signal seemed to follow us to the entrance, hovering above and beside us, as if watching to make sure we actually left. I'm not saying I believe in ghosts now. I'm just saying I can't explain what happened in that tunnel. And I know one thing for certain. I'm never going back there to find out. Story 16. I've been going back and forth about whether to post this for months. My wife Melissa thinks I should just forget about it, but I can't. I need to put this somewhere, even if no one believes me. We bought our dream property about 1.5 years ago, 5 acres out in Pinecrest to start a little hobby farm. Nothing too crazy, just some garden space and chicken coops. My wife Melissa and I had been saving for years, living in a crappy apartment, putting away every extra penny we had. When we finally found this place, it felt perfect. Secluded, at the end of a dead-end road, with only a handful of neighbors spread out around us. The property had everything we wanted. A decent house that needed some work, but nothing major, good soil for growing, and enough space for our 2 dogs, Roman, our Great Dane, and Stella, our black lab. Stella's fur is so black, we literally put reflective gear on her collar so we can see her at night. I'll never forget our first night in the house. We were so excited we didn't even care about unpacking everything properly. Melissa's 17-year-old brother was staying with us to help with the move, and we were all running on pure adrenaline. By 2 a.m., we were still assembling furniture, laughing about how sore we'd be the next day. The dogs had been cooped up all day with the move, so we decided to let them out into the newly fenced half-acre closest to the house. We stood on the back porch, watching them race around, sniffing everything, clearly loving the space after our tiny apartment yard. The 3 of us were just chatting, watching the dogs in the moonlight, when we suddenly realized we couldn't see or hear them anymore. It happened so quickly. 1 second they were racing around, the next, nothing. No barking, no movement. "Roman? Stella?" I called out, but nothing. Melissa put her fingers to her mouth and did this special whistle she uses to call them. It's distinctive, 2 short, sharp notes that always bring them running. And then something whistled back, not an echo, not the dogs. Something in the darkness beyond our yard whistled back the exact same pattern. We all froze. I felt the hair on my neck stand up. Melissa grabbed my arm so hard it left marks. "What was that?" her brother whispered. I didn't answer because I didn't know. We were 1/2 mile from our nearest neighbor. There shouldn't have been anyone out there. The dogs came tearing back to the porch a few seconds later, which was a relief, but they were acting weird, tails down, ears back, staying close to our legs. We hurried inside, locked the doors, and tried to laugh it off as someone messing with the new people. But I couldn't shake how precise that whistle was, like something had perfectly mimicked Melissa's call. After that first night, we started noticing other things. Our motion sensor lights would go off at random times. I'd get up to check and see nothing, but the dogs would be standing at attention, staring into the darkness. Sometimes Roman would growl low in his throat, which he never did before we moved here. The weirdest part was the sounds. We'd hear these strange bird calls in the middle of the night, not normal owl hoots or anything I recognized, but rhythmic patterns that almost sounded like words. Other times, it would go completely silent outside. No crickets, no frogs, nothing. If you've lived in the country, you know how unnerving total silence can be. I started keeping a baseball bat by the bed. Melissa thought I was being paranoid, but she didn't argue. About 3 weeks after we moved in, I was home alone. Melissa was working the night shift at the hospital, and I was trying to get some sleep before an early morning the next day. I was drifting off when the dogs suddenly went ballistic, full-on barking, hackles raised, racing to the back door. I figured it was probably a raccoon or maybe a deer, so I let them out to chase whatever it was away. I stepped onto the back porch in my boxers and t-shirt to call them back after a minute. It was pitch black, no moon that night. I used my phone flashlight to sweep the yard, trying to spot them. That's when I saw what I thought were Roman's eyes reflecting in my light. Great Danes have these big eyes that catch the light, and I could see 2 reflective points about 40 yards out, just at the edge of where my light reached. They were about the height I'd expect for Roman, maybe 3 feet off the ground. "Roman, come here, boy!" I called out. The eyes didn't move, didn't blink, just stayed fixed exactly where they were. I called again, a little louder. Nothing. Then, as I was watching, those eyes slowly rose upward, climbing about 2.5 feet higher. Like whatever had those eyes had just stood up from a crouching position. My blood went cold. Roman is a big dog, but he doesn't suddenly grow taller. And these eyes were now nearly 6 feet off the ground. I stood there, completely frozen, as the eyes stayed perfectly still, watching me. Then they suddenly scattered, like whatever it was turned and ran. But the movement was so fast, so fluid, that I couldn't even track it. Just a blur of motion, and then nothing. I heard the dogs barking from a completely different direction. They'd been nowhere near those eyes. I screamed for them to come back, and they raced to the porch. I've never moved so fast in my life, getting them inside and locking the door. I called Melissa, but she couldn't leave work. I spent the rest of the night sitting against the bedroom wall, bat in hand, wondering what the hell I'd seen. I've lived on the West Coast my entire life. I know what a bear looks like, what a mountain lion looks like. This wasn't that. The height, the movement, the way it watched me, it was something else. I won't even type what I think it was. People from this region might know, but I'm superstitious enough to think naming it gives it power. Let's just say it's something from local legends that shouldn't exist. Over the next few months, things escalated. We'd hear footsteps on the porch at night, but open the door to find nothing. The chickens we eventually got would sometimes refuse to come out of their coop, huddled together, clucking softly. 3 of them disappeared without a trace. No feathers, no sign of predators digging under the fence. Just gone. The garden wasn't doing well either. Plants would be healthy one day, then withered the next. I found strange marks in the soil a few times, not animal tracks, but perfect circles about the size of dinner plates pressed into the ground. Melissa started to experience it too. She'd feel watched when collecting eggs or watering the garden. She said it felt like eyes boring into her back. One evening, while hanging laundry, she heard something mimicking our chicken sounds from the edge of the woods, but slightly off, like someone doing a poor impression of a chicken. We installed security cameras, but they kept malfunctioning. The night vision would go blurry at random times, or the motion detection would trigger, but record nothing but static. One camera pointed at the chicken coop, captured something that still makes my skin crawl, a tall, dark shape moving between the trees. When I zoomed in and tried to enhance it, the file corrupted. The worst incident happened about 6 months after we moved in. I was working late in our barn, fixing some tools by lantern light, since the electricity wasn't hooked up out there yet. It was around 11 p.m. when Roman started barking from the house. I could hear Melissa trying to calm him down. I was putting my tools away when the lantern flickered and went out. Complete darkness. I fumbled for my phone to use the flashlight, but before I could find it, I heard something scratching on the barn wall. Not like an animal, more deliberate. 3 slow scrapes, pause, 3 more, then a whistle. The same 2-note pattern Melissa uses for the dogs. It was right outside the barn door. I found my phone and turned on the light, hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped it. Nothing was there when I finally got the courage to open the door, but on the wall were 3 long marks carved into the wood. They weren't deep, just surface scratches, but they were perfectly parallel and spaced exactly the same distance apart, like giant fingernails had dragged across the barn. I ran to the house and found Melissa trying to calm Roman, who was throwing himself against the back door, desperate to get out. Stella was hiding under the bed, shaking. We slept with the lights on that night. In the morning, I went back to look at the scratches in daylight, trying to find a rational explanation. They were still there, about 7 feet off the ground, higher than I could reach without standing on something. We had a serious talk after that, considered selling the place, cutting our losses, but this was our dream, everything we'd worked for. We decided to try a few things first. I talked to some of the locals, trying to be casual about it, asked if they'd ever experienced anything strange around their properties. Most gave me odd looks, but one older woman at the feed store went quiet when I described the scratches on the barn. "You leave out any offerings?" she asked. "Offerings?" "For the old ones, the ones that were here before." She wouldn't say more, just told me to research the history of our land. I did, and found that before it was farmland, the entire area had been significant to the local native tribes. There were records of ceremonies held near what is now our property line, though the documents were vague about their purpose. The old woman from the feed store left a small package on our porch a few days later. Inside was a bundle of herbs, some strange-looking stones, and a note that just said, "Boundaries, no explanation." Against Melissa's protests, I placed these items at the corners of our property. I felt ridiculous doing it, but I was desperate. Things quieted down for a while after that. A couple weeks of normal. We started to relax a bit. Maybe it was all just stress from the move, our minds playing tricks on us. Then came that one night. The night I still can't fully explain. It was unusually cold for the season, with heavy fog settling over the property. Melissa was home this time, and we were watching a movie with the dogs curled up at our feet. Around midnight, all the power went out. No storm, no warning, just darkness. I went to check the breaker box, while Melissa found candles. As I crossed the kitchen, I glanced out the window and stopped dead. There were lights in the fog, not flashlights or anything electrical, more like faint, greenish glowing points moving slowly through the mist. 5 or 6 of them, weaving between the trees at the edge of our cleared land. "Melissa," I called softly, "come see this." She joined me at the window, and I felt her stiffen beside me. "What are those?" she whispered. Before I could answer, Roman and Stella started going crazy, not barking but whining, pressing themselves against our legs like they were terrified. The lights in the fog began to move in a circular pattern, faster and faster, until they were just a blur of glowing trails. The fog itself seemed to swirl with them, forming a vortex of mist. Then came the whistle, not just the 2-note call this time, but a series of them, overlapping from different directions. Like we were surrounded by things mimicking Melissa's call to our dogs. The temperature in the house plummeted. I could see our breath clouding in front of us. The windows started to rattle, not violently, but with a persistent vibration that made my teeth ache. "We need to get out of here," I said, grabbing Melissa's arm. But as we turned from the window, we both froze. Standing in the hallway leading to our front door was a shadow. Not just darkness, but a shadow with substance. Roughly human-shaped, but too tall, too thin, its proportions all wrong. It didn't move, didn't make a sound, just watched us. Roman let out a growl that turned into a high-pitched whine. The shadow tilted what seemed to be its head, the movement jerky and unnatural. I don't remember deciding to move. I just found myself grabbing a kitchen knife with one hand and Melissa with the other, backing us toward the back door. The shadow stayed where it was, but I swear it grew taller as we moved, stretching toward the ceiling. We made it outside with the dogs and ran for the car. The fog was so thick I could barely see 3 feet ahead. Those lights were still moving in the distance, and the whistling had grown louder, coming from all directions now. We drove to a motel and stayed there until morning, the 4 of us crammed into a single room, not sleeping, not even talking much, just waiting for daylight. When we returned, everything was normal. Power back on, no fog, no shadows. The only evidence that something had happened was a perfect circle of dead grass in our yard, about 20 feet in diameter, that hadn't been there the day before. That was 4 months ago. We're still here, still trying to make it work. We've made adjustments. We don't go outside after dark anymore. We've covered all the windows with special curtains the old woman from the feed store gave us. I refreshed the boundaries weekly, feeling less ridiculous each time. The incidents have become less frequent, but they haven't stopped. Sometimes we still hear the whistling, The dogs still act strange on certain nights. I've woken up to find perfect handprints on the outside of our bedroom window. Handprints that are 8 feet off the ground. I still see those eyes sometimes, watching from the tree line. Always at the same height, always unblinking. Sometimes they're there when I look out the window at 3 a.m., perfectly still, reflecting the moonlight. Melissa thinks we should just sell and move on. Maybe she's right. But part of me feels like we've entered some kind of standoff. Like whatever's out there is waiting to see if we'll break first. And honestly, I'm afraid it would follow us. I don't know what to do anymore. I just know that something is out there in the darkness surrounding our dream property. Something that can mimic sounds, move faster than any animal should, and leave marks 7 feet up a wall. Something with eyes that glow in the dark and rise up from a crouch to an impossible height. Something that more and more often I catch staring back at me through the windows at night when Melissa is asleep and the house is quiet. Something that I'm becoming increasingly convinced knows my name. Story 17. I never thought I'd be typing this out, but I need to tell someone what happened to me last summer. I still can't make sense of it, and honestly, I'm not sure I want to. Some things are better left unexplained, but this has been eating at me for months. I've always been what you'd call a loner. Not in a creepy way or anything, just I find people exhausting. The whole relationship thing, friendships, dating, whatever. It's like everyone's playing this complicated game where I never got the rule book. I'm 17 now, and I've pretty much accepted that's just how I'm wired. When I was younger, maybe around 12 or 13, I created this imaginary friend. Yeah, I know how that sounds, but hear me out. His name was Casper, original, right? And he wasn't some weird alien or monster, just a regular quiet kid about my age who happened to be invisible to everyone else. I never told anyone about him, obviously. What teenager admits they have an imaginary friend? But when I was alone in my room or walking somewhere by myself, I'd talk to him. Nothing crazy, just normal stuff about my day, problems at school, whatever was on my mind. As I got older, I talked to Casper less frequently, but I never completely stopped. It was comforting, like having a diary that talked back. He was always there, always listened, never judged. Sometimes I'd go weeks without talking to him, then have a bad day, and find myself mumbling to him about it while doing homework. Stupid, I know, but it helped me process stuff. Anyway, last summer, my mum arranged for me to spend a few weeks visiting relatives along the Mississippi-Louisiana border. I'm from Michigan, so the Deep South was a whole different world. The plan was to bounce between a few different family members' houses. My aunt in Mississippi, my uncle in New Orleans, and my cousin Amber, who lived in this tiny town right on the state line. I packed everything I needed in this beat-up navy blue backpack I've had forever. It's nothing special, just a regular JanSport with my initials, LT, Luke Turner, written on the bottom in faded Sharpie. The zipper sticks sometimes, and the right strap is starting to fray, but it's been with me through a lot. So I was at my cousin Amber's place. She's 24 and has this small house that smells like vanilla candles and cat food. She doesn't actually have a cat, which made the smell even weirder. The first night I was there, we were sitting in her living room watching some reality TV show, and she starts telling me about how her house is haunted. I swear, Luke, sometimes I hear footsteps in the hallway at night when I'm the only one here, and last month all my kitchen cabinets were open when I woke up. I nodded along, not really believing her, but not wanting to be a jerk about it. Amber's always been into that paranormal stuff. She's got crystals everywhere and sage bundles hanging from doorknobs. I figured it gave her life some excitement. When it was time for bed, she showed me to the spare room. It was tiny, with just enough space for a twin bed and a small dresser. The walls were this awful beige color, and there was a weird water stain on the ceiling that kind of looked like a face if you stared at it long enough. "Sorry it's so small," she said, lingering in the doorway. "I hope you'll be comfortable." "It's fine," I told her. "I don't need much space." She bit her lip nervously. "You're sure you'll be okay in here?" Sometimes this room feels, I don't know, heavier than the rest of the house. I almost laughed, but caught myself. She was serious, and I didn't want to make her feel bad. That's when I had what I thought was a brilliant idea. Don't worry about me, I said, setting my backpack down next to the bed. I've got Casper to keep me company. Her eyes widened. Casper? Who's Casper? For a split second, I considered telling her the truth, that Casper was my imaginary friend from childhood. But that would have been mortifying, so instead, I pointed to an empty spot next to the bed and grinned. He's standing right there. Don't worry, he's friendly. Been with me for years. I was just joking around, trying to lighten the mood, but Amber's face went pale. She stared at the empty space where I'd pointed, then back at me. That's not funny, Luke. Come on, I'm just messing with you, I said, feeling a twinge of guilt. There's no one there. I'll be fine, I promise. She nodded uncertainly and backed out of the room. Well, good night then. After she left, I flopped onto the bed, feeling like an idiot. Great job, Luke. Now she probably thinks you're a total weirdo. I got ready for bed, changing into shorts and a t-shirt. As I was putting my clothes back in my backpack, I found myself glancing at the spot where I'd said Casper was standing. Sorry about that, I muttered quietly. I shouldn't have used you as a joke. I felt silly immediately. Here I was, 17 years old, talking to an imaginary friend in the dark, but old habits die hard, I guess. Before turning out the light, I put my phone on the charger and made sure my backpack was packed for the next day. Amber had mentioned taking me to meet her co-worker Jessica in Louisiana. They were planning to show me some supposedly haunted historical site that tourists rarely visited. I made sure I had everything I needed. Wallet, phone charger, water bottle, sunscreen, the southern sun is brutal, and a small notebook I kept for jotting down thoughts. That night I slept surprisingly well, despite the uncomfortable mattress and Amber's ghost stories. When morning came, she seemed to have forgotten about my Casper joke, which was a relief. We ate breakfast, some weird gluten-free waffles that tasted like cardboard, and got ready to head out. I was about to grab my backpack when Amber called from the front door. "Luke, Jessica just texted. She's already at the restaurant. We need to hurry." I hesitated, looking at my backpack. We were just going to meet her for lunch first, then head to the historical site. Did I really need to lug all my stuff around for that? "Coming!" I shouted back, deciding to leave my backpack in the bedroom. After all, we'd be coming back to Amber's house afterward. The drive to the restaurant took about 40 minutes, crossing over into Louisiana. Amber talked the whole way about the haunted plantation we'd be visiting later, how some visitor had captured a full-body apparition on camera last month. I nodded along, watching the swampy landscape pass by outside the window. We pulled into the parking lot of this run-down diner called Mama's Place, exactly the kind of spot you'd expect in a small Louisiana town. Peeling paint, fly screens on the doors, pickup trucks everywhere. Jessica was waiting for us in the lot, leaning against her truck, a massive black Ford with mud splattered up the sides. "Hey, y'all made it!" she called out as we got out of Amber's car. She had a thick southern accent and was wearing cut-off shorts with cowboy boots. We exchanged introductions, and Jessica seemed cool. She was maybe in her late 20s, with dark hair pulled back in a messy ponytail, and the kind of easy laugh that makes you feel like you've known someone forever. The three of us were about to head inside when something caught my eye. In the bed of Jessica's truck, right in the corner against the cab, was my navy blue backpack. I stopped dead in my tracks. My mind couldn't process what I was seeing. There was no way, no possible way. "Everything okay?" Amber asked. Noticing I'd stopped walking, I pointed to the truck bed. That's my backpack." Amber looked confused. "What do you mean?" "My backpack, the one I left at your house. It's right there in Jessica's truck." Jessica turned around. "What backpack?" "Oh, that one." She pointed to my JanSport. That was in my truck when I got here. I figured whoever was meeting me had tossed it in there. I didn't, I said, my voice sounding distant to my own ears. I left it in the bedroom at Amber's house. Amber stepped closer to the truck, peering at the backpack. Are you sure it's yours? Maybe it just looks similar. My hands felt cold and clammy as I walked over to the truck and reached in to grab the backpack. I turned it over, and there they were, my initials, LT, written in faded Sharpie on the bottom corner. It's mine, I said, unzipping it with shaking hands. Everything was inside. My wallet, charger, notebook, water bottle, exactly as I'd packed it. But how? Amber's voice trailed off. We didn't even stop anywhere on the drive here. Jessica looked between us, clearly confused. What's going on? Luke says he left this backpack at my house, but somehow it's here in your truck, Amber explained. Jessica shook her head. That's impossible. I've been here for 20 minutes and my truck was locked until y'all pulled up. I stood there, clutching my backpack, trying to make sense of it. We were nearly an hour away from Amber's house. There was no logical explanation for how my backpack could be here. Did you maybe grab it without thinking? Amber suggested gently. No, I said firmly. I specifically decided to leave it behind because we were coming right back to your place after lunch. The three of us stood in awkward silence for a moment, none of us knowing what to say. It was like reality had glitched, and we were all trying to pretend it hadn't happened. That's when my phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, grateful for the distraction. The text was from Maya Winters, a girl I knew back in Michigan who was really into Wicca and occult stuff. We'd been friends in middle school but drifted apart. I hadn't heard from her in at least 2 years. The message read, Hey Luke, weird question, but did something unusual just happen to you? I was doing a reading and your name came up strongly, just checking if you're okay. I stared at the screen, a chill running through my body, despite the sweltering Louisiana heat. The timestamp showed the message had been sent exactly when I discovered my backpack in Jessica's truck. That was the moment everything clicked. I looked up from my phone, out into the empty air beside me and whispered, Thanks, Casper. Amber and Jessica were watching me with concerned expressions. You okay, honey? Jessica asked. I nodded slowly. Yeah, I'm fine. We went into the restaurant after that, had lunch, and even visited the supposedly haunted plantation later that afternoon. I went through all the motions, but my mind was elsewhere the entire time. I never told Amber or Jessica what I believed had happened. How could I explain that my childhood imaginary friend had somehow materialized enough to transport my backpack nearly an hour away? That some part of Casper was real and had been listening all those years I talked to empty rooms? It's been months now, and I still have no explanation. Sometimes I'll catch myself talking to Casper like I used to, but it feels different now, less like I'm pretending and more like I'm having a conversation with someone who's actually there. I don't know why it happened that day of all days. Maybe it was because I'd acknowledged him to someone else for the first time. Maybe it was something about that place on the border between two states, where the veil between worlds might be thinner. All I know is that my backpack was physically impossible to be where it was, and somewhere, somehow, Casper heard me when I thanked him. Story 18. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can make sense of what happened to us. It all started back in 2017 when I was 11. My mom, Emma, my younger sister Lily, and I had just moved into this apartment in Spokane. It was on the 4th floor of an older building. Nothing fancy, but it was home. Mom was trying to make things fun for us after the move, so when we saw this cloth Ouija board at a yard sale, she bought it, thinking it would be a cool game for rainy days. I was excited about it. I'd seen Ouija boards in movies but never had one. Mom put it in my room, on my bookshelf, between some action figures and books. Honestly, I didn't even use it much at first. We tried it once or twice as a family, asking stupid questions like, will I get a new bike? Or, does Billy from school have a crush on Lily? Nothing happened, and we kind of forgot about it. About a month later, I was up early on a Saturday. Mom and Lily were still sleeping, and I was watching cartoons with the volume low. It was barely light out, maybe 6 a.m. That's when I saw it for the first time. I wasn't even looking at that part of the room, just staring at the TV when something caught my eye. A shadow, darker than the normal shadows in the room, moved from our living room into the hallway. It wasn't like when a cloud passes over the sun and creates a moving shadow. This was different. It was solid, person-shaped, and it moved fast, like someone running. But there was no sound, no footsteps, nothing. I froze. My whole body got cold, and I couldn't move for what felt like forever. When I finally got up the courage to check, there was nothing there. I told myself it was just my imagination, or maybe a shadow from a car passing by outside, even though our apartment faced a brick wall, not the street. I didn't tell Mom or Lily. I didn't want them to think I was being a baby. Plus, it didn't happen again for a while, so I almost convinced myself I'd made it up. But then other weird stuff started happening. Mom would randomly complain about her thumb going numb. Not her whole hand, just her thumb. It would happen while she was cooking or typing on her phone, and she'd shake her hand out, confused. She even went to the doctor, but they couldn't find anything wrong. Our electronics started acting up too. The TV would turn to static for no reason. Mom's phone would die even when it was fully charged. My tablet would open apps by itself. We had 2 parakeets, Blue and Sunny, and they started getting freaked out at random times. They'd flutter around their cage like something scared them, even in the middle of the night, when everything was quiet and still. Our dog Sophia, this little terrier mix, would sometimes stand in the hallway and growl at nothing. I started connecting these things to the Ouija board, but didn't say anything. I was worried Mom would think I was being dramatic. Plus, we weren't even using it, so how could it be causing problems? Then, about 6 months after we got the board, Lily came running into the kitchen one morning while Mom was making breakfast. She was crying, saying she saw a man in our bedroom. Mom thought someone had broken in, but when she checked, there was no one there. All the doors and windows were locked. That night, Lily described what she saw to us. She said it was really tall, like taller than the doorway, and super skinny with long arms. It reminded me of that Slender Man stuff kids at school talked about, which made me think she was just making it up because she'd heard those stories. But Lily was genuinely scared. She wouldn't go back to our room alone. Things got worse that same night. Mom decided to take Lily and Sophia for a quick walk to calm them down. I stayed home because I was in the middle of a video game. About 5 minutes after they left, my walkie-talkie turned on. Lily and I used them to talk to each other from different rooms sometimes, but hers was in her backpack, and she had it with her. This staticky male voice came through. I couldn't understand what it was saying. It was muffled and broken up. But it wasn't Lily or Mom. It wasn't even like someone had found her walkie-talkie and was messing around. It sounded wrong, like the voice was coming from somewhere far away and trying really hard to get through. I nearly peed myself. I turned the walkie-talkie off and unplugged it from where it was charging. My hands were shaking so bad I almost dropped it. I ran to the front door and waited there until I could hear Mom, Lily, and Sophia coming back up the stairs. When they walked in, the TV in the living room was on, frozen on this weird, glitchy image. None of us had been watching TV before they left. I hadn't turned it on when they were gone. It was just on. And when Mom tried to change the channel or turn it off with the remote, nothing happened. She had to unplug it from the wall. We were all pretty freaked out by then, especially me because of the walkie-talkie thing. But I still didn't connect it to the Ouija board. I just thought our apartment was haunted or something. That night, none of us could sleep. Around 2 a.m., I gave up trying and went to Mom's room. Lily was already there, curled up against Mom's side. Sophia was at the foot of the bed, and even our cat Mittens had joined them, which was unusual because she normally slept in the living room. I climbed into bed with them, and we just laid there in the dark, talking quietly. That's when we heard it. Footsteps in the hallway outside Mom's room. Heavy, slow footsteps, like someone wearing boots. We all heard it. Even Mom, who always tried to find logical explanations for everything. The footsteps stopped right outside her bedroom door. Sophia started growling, her fur standing up. Mittens hissed and hid under the bed. We were all frozen, staring at the door, expecting it to open any second. Instead, we heard a crash from the living room, like something falling. Mom grabbed her phone to call 911, but it wouldn't turn on, even though it had been charging all night. The footsteps moved away from the door toward the living room. More noises followed. Movie cases falling off shelves. The kitchen cabinets opening and closing. Pots and pans clanging together. It sounded like someone was ransacking our apartment, but doing it methodically, one noise at a time. Mum was terrified, but tried to stay calm for us. She whispered that it might be an intruder, but that didn't make sense. We lived on the 4th floor. Our door locked automatically when it closed and needed a key to open. All the windows were locked. There was no way someone could have gotten in without us hearing them. And all our pets were with us. They couldn't be causing the noises. Then my walkie-talkie, which I'd left unplugged in my room, turned on again. We could hear it from down the hall. That same male voice, still unintelligible, but louder now, more insistent. It was like it was trying to tell us something, but couldn't form the words properly. We stayed huddled in Mom's room until morning. None of us slept. When the sun came up, the noises stopped. Mom finally got the courage to check the apartment. Nothing was out of place. The movie cases were all on the shelves. The pots and pans were where they belonged. My walkie-talkie was exactly where I'd left it, still unplugged. But something had changed. The air felt different, heavier somehow, like when a thunderstorm is coming and you can feel the pressure change. Except this pressure never went away. After that night, I couldn't sleep in my room anymore. I'd try, but every night at exactly 2 a.m., I'd wake up and couldn't fall back asleep. I'd lay there listening, feeling like something was watching me from the corner of my room. I started sleeping on the couch or in Mom's room. Lily had it worse. She kept seeing shadow figures, sometimes in the hallway, sometimes at the foot of her bed, sometimes just out of the corner of her eye. She'd scream and point, but by the time Mom or I looked, there was nothing there. We lived like this for months. Mom didn't want to break our lease, and we couldn't afford to move anyway. She sage-cleansed the apartment, put salt in the corners of the rooms, even had a priest come bless the place. Nothing helped. One day I was looking for my basketball in my closet and found the Ouija board. I'd completely forgotten about it. As soon as I saw it, everything clicked. The timing of when the weird stuff started, the escalation of events, it all lined up with when we brought that board home. I showed Mom, and she went pale. She grabbed it, took it out to the dumpster behind our building, and threw it away. She came back and made us help her clean the entire apartment from top to bottom, opening all the windows even though it was freezing outside, saying we needed to air out any negative energy. Did it help? I'm not sure. The heavy feeling in the air stayed. The 2 a.m. wake-ups continued. Lily still saw shadows, but it didn't get worse, at least. When our lease was finally up in 2018, we moved to a small house across town. We thought that would be the end of it. For me and Mom, it was. But Lily still saw things occasionally, not as often, and not the tall, thin figure anymore, just shadows moving where they shouldn't be. Then one day in 2019, it stopped, completely. Lily didn't see anything anymore. The heavy feeling was gone. We could all sleep through the night. We never bought another Ouija board. Mom made us promise never to bring one into our home again. She says those things are portals, and once you open one, you can't control what comes through. I don't know what was in our apartment. I don't know if it followed us to our new house or if it stayed behind. I don't know why it suddenly stopped bothering us. But I know what I heard and what I felt, and I know that whatever that thing was, it was real, not something we imagined or made up. Sometimes I still wake up at 2 a.m. for no reason. When that happens, I stay perfectly still and listen. So far, I've heard nothing. But part of me is always waiting, wondering if that staticky voice will someday try to reach me again. If you've experienced something similar, or know what might have happened to us, please let me know. I still don't understand it, and honestly, I'm not sure I want to, but I can't forget it either. Some nights I still check the corners of my room before I turn off the lights, just to make sure there's nothing hiding in the shadows. Story 19. I've been debating for weeks whether to share this. I'm still trying to process everything that happened, and typing this out makes my hands shake. But I need to get this off my chest because I can't talk to anyone else about it without them thinking I've lost my mind. 5 years. That's how long I lived in that hellhole apartment in Riverton Heights. My boyfriend Derek had been there even longer, a full decade in that place. We stayed because the rent was cheap and we were saving for a house. But I think something in that building was feeding off us the entire time. Let me start by saying, I never believed in ghosts or anything supernatural before moving there. I was the skeptical type who rolled my eyes at ghost stories. Not anymore. From the first week I moved in with Derek, I felt watched. It's hard to describe. Like when you think someone's staring at you and you turn around, but no one's there. Except I felt it constantly. Derek said he'd occasionally get weird vibes, but nothing serious. For me, it was different. Whatever was there seemed to focus on me specifically. The first incidents were small. I'd be listening to music with headphones and swear I could hear whispering underneath the songs. Not lyrics, actual whispering, like someone was right behind me. I'd rip the headphones off and there'd be nothing. When I asked Derek if he heard anything strange through his headphones, he'd look at me like I was crazy. Then the sleep paralysis started. I'd never had it before, but in that apartment, it happened at least twice a month. I'd wake up, unable to move, feeling a weight pressing down on my chest. Sometimes I'd see a dark shape looming over me. The worst episodes felt sexual. I know how this sounds, but I'd wake up feeling like something, had been touching me. I'd feel violated and dirty, but there was never any evidence anything had happened. Derek would be sound asleep next to me. The spare room was the worst. We tried using it as an office, but neither of us could stand being in there for long. The air felt thick, like walking through invisible cobwebs. We ended up just using it for storage and keeping the door closed. One night, about 3 years in, Derek set up a camera to watch our cats while we were out for dinner. When we reviewed the footage later, he went pale. There were these static-like figures that walked across the screen. Not solid shapes, more like television static in human form. They moved from one side of the room to the other, and then the camera feed cut out for a few seconds. When it came back on, everything looked normal. Derek didn't sleep that night. He kept saying, "I've never seen anything like that before." And he'd been there for 7 years at that point. We should have moved out then, but we were so close to having enough for a down payment on a house. So we stayed. We adapted. I stopped using headphones in the apartment. We got blackout curtains for our bedroom and night lights for the hallway. We kept the spare room door shut at all times. We created these little rules and rituals without ever acknowledging why. As our moving day approached, things got worse, much worse. It was like whatever was in that apartment knew we were leaving and was pissed about it. My sleep paralysis came back with a vengeance. I'd wake up gasping, feeling like someone had been choking me. One morning I had actual bruises on my neck. Derek said I must have gotten tangled in the sheets, but deep down, I think he knew that wasn't true. One night, I woke up to something pushing me hard toward the edge of the bed. I couldn't move or scream. When I finally broke free of the paralysis, I had a long scratch down my arm that was bleeding. It wasn't a lot of blood, but enough to leave a permanent scar. I still have it, a thin white line from my elbow to my wrist. Our cats started acting strange too. They'd hiss at empty corners or run from room to room like something was chasing them. Sometimes they'd both stare at the same spot on the wall or ceiling, their eyes following something we couldn't see. The temperature would change drastically for no reason. We'd be sitting in the living room, and suddenly one spot would become freezing cold, while the rest of the room stayed normal. One time Derek walked through one of these cold spots and said it felt like walking through ice water. Then came our final night in the apartment. Most of our stuff was already moved to the new place. We just had an air mattress, some clothes, and basic supplies left. The apartment echoed with emptiness. All the furniture that had filled the spaces was gone, making the place feel bigger and more hollow. That last day, we spent the morning moving the final boxes. By evening, we were exhausted but relieved. One more night, and we'd be free. We ordered pizza and sat on the air mattress in the living room, talking about plans for the new place. Derek got up to take a shower. We still had water and electricity until the end of the month. While he was in the bathroom, I heard it. A loud, deep moan that seemed to reverberate through the entire apartment. It wasn't a human sound. It reminded me of those recordings of whales, but distorted and angry. The sound made my skin crawl. I sat frozen, pizza slice halfway to my mouth, waiting to see if I'd hear it again. When Derek came out of the shower, I asked if he'd made any noise. He hadn't. We tried to recreate the sound, running the faucets, checking the pipes, even flushing the toilet. Nothing matched what I'd heard. We tried to laugh it off and went back to our pizza, but the mood had shifted. The empty apartment felt different now, hostile. The corners seemed darker somehow, even with all the lights on. We went to bed early, planning to be out by 8 a.m. I couldn't sleep. Every creak and settling noise from the old building made me tense up. Derek fell asleep quickly. He always could, while I stared at the ceiling, counting down the hours until we could leave. Around 3 a.m., I was still awake when I heard it, canned laughter like from a sitcom. It was faint at first, like a TV playing in another apartment, but we didn't have neighbors on either side. One apartment was vacant, and the other was used for storage by the landlord. The laughter got louder, and then I could hear voices too. Not clear words, but the distinct rhythm and tone of people talking in a TV show. Derek woke up confused. "Is that a TV?" he whispered. The sound was coming from the spare room, the room we'd kept closed for years. The room with nothing in it now except dust. We both lay there, barely breathing, listening to the phantom TV show that couldn't possibly exist. Then Derek reached for his phone to check the time, and immediately the sound stopped. Complete silence. "Maybe it was from outside," he said, but his voice was shaky. We tried to go back to sleep. About 20 minutes later, I whispered to Derek, asking if he was still awake. The moment I spoke, the TV sound started again, louder this time, with more distinct laughter. It was like it was responding to us. Derek sat up. "Okay, that's fucking weird." The sound cut off instantly. We sat in the dark, holding each other, not speaking. The silence stretched for maybe 5 minutes. Then Derek reached for the light switch next to the air mattress. Before his hand touched it, the TV sound blasted at full volume, so loud it hurt my ears. It wasn't just laughter now, it was screaming, not TV screaming, real agonized screaming mixed with the static buzz of an untuned channel. Derek hit the light switch. The apartment flooded with light, and the screaming cut off. We didn't say a word. We grabbed our overnight bags, our cat's carriers, and got the hell out of there at 3:30 in the morning. We sat in the car in the parking lot, both of us shaking, until the sun came up. At dawn, Derek said he needed to go back in to check if we'd left anything important. I begged him not to, but he insisted he'd be quick. He was gone less than 5 minutes. When he came back to the car, his face was white. He wouldn't tell me what he saw until we were miles away from that place. According to Derek, when he opened the apartment door, every light we'd left on was off. And written in what looked like condensation on the bare wall of the living room were 2 words: my home. We turned in our keys through the mail slot at the management office and never went back. We never got our security deposit back either, but honestly, I didn't care. I would have paid double just to be free of that place. It's been 6 months since we moved. I still have nightmares about that apartment. Sometimes I wake up feeling that weight on my chest, but it passes quickly here. Our cats are back to normal. Derek and I never talk about that final night. But sometimes, when I'm alone in our new house and everything is quiet, I swear I can hear faint whispering coming through my headphones. And last week I noticed a thin red scratch on my arm, right over the old scar. I don't know what was in that apartment. I don't know if it followed us. All I know is that I've never been so terrified in my life, and I still can't explain what happened during those 5 years, especially on that last night. Some places are just wrong. Our apartment in Riverton Heights was one of them. Story 20. I never wanted to post about this, but I'm at the end of my rope. I don't know who else to turn to. Everyone I've talked to thinks I'm either crazy or possessed. Maybe I am. But something has been happening to me since I was a kid, and it's gotten so much worse lately that I can barely sleep anymore. I've seen them my whole life, the shadow people. That's what I call them anyway. Growing up in a religious household, my parents taught me about angels and demons from the time I could understand words. When I first started seeing dark figures out of the corner of my eye, I convinced myself they were guardian angels. Mom always said angels watched over me, so that explanation made sense to my 7-year-old brain. It was comforting even, but they never felt right. They never felt like protection. I live in Pinewood Grove now, a small town where everyone knows everyone else's business. I moved here 3 years ago for a fresh start, thinking maybe the shadows wouldn't follow me. They did, and they've multiplied. Yesterday was the worst day of my life, and I need to get this off my chest before I completely lose it. I woke up at 6:15 a.m. to get ready for work. The house was quiet, too quiet. Usually I can hear birds outside my window or the hum of the refrigerator, but yesterday morning there was nothing, just this heavy silence that felt like pressure against my eardrums. I got out of bed and headed to the bathroom. As I was brushing my teeth, I saw movement in the mirror. Not my movement, something behind me, a dark shape sliding along the wall. I spun around, toothbrush still in my mouth, but there was nothing there, just the empty hallway. This happens so often now that I've developed a routine. I take a deep breath. I say, "You're not welcome here," out loud, even though I feel ridiculous doing it. And then I try to go about my day. But yesterday was different. When I turned back to the mirror, there was a handprint on it. A smudged, dark handprint that wasn't there before. It was too big to be mine, stretched out like someone with impossibly long fingers had pressed against the glass. My stomach dropped. They'd never left physical evidence before. I wiped it away with shaking hands and hurried to get dressed. The whole time, I felt like someone was watching me, standing just behind me, breathing down my neck. I kept checking over my shoulder, but no one was there. Just that feeling of being observed. At breakfast, I dropped my coffee mug. It slipped right out of my hand, like someone had knocked it away, shattering on the kitchen tile. As I was cleaning it up, I swear I heard a whisper. Not words exactly, just this soft hissing sound coming from the corner of the kitchen. When I looked, I saw one of them. It wasn't like the usual glimpses I get, a quick shadow darting away when I turned my head. This was solid, A dark figure crouched in the corner, perfectly still. It was so black it seemed to absorb the light around it. No features, just a humanoid shape. I froze, glass shard in hand, heart pounding so hard I thought it might break my ribs. We stared at each other for what felt like forever. Then it moved. It didn't walk or run. It was just suddenly closer to me, like someone had edited the footage of my life and cut out the frames of its movement. 1 second in the corner, the next second halfway across the kitchen. I screamed and backed away, cutting my hand on the glass I was holding. The pain snapped me out of my terror enough to run. I bolted out of the kitchen, through the living room, and locked myself in the bathroom. Blood dripping from my palm, I sat on the edge of the tub, shaking. After what felt like hours, but was probably 5 minutes, I gathered the courage to peek out. The house was empty again. No shadow figures, no whispers. Just my mess of coffee and blood on the kitchen floor. I called in sick to work. There was no way I could function after that. I cleaned up the glass and blood, bandaged my hand, and tried to calm down. I needed someone to talk to, someone who wouldn't think I was losing my mind. So I called Justin, my best friend, who had stayed with me for a week last month. Justin's the only person I've ever met who didn't dismiss my experiences, because he saw them too. He answered on the 3rd ring, sounding groggy. "Morgan, what's up?" I didn't even say hello. "They're getting worse, Justin. One of them just appeared in my kitchen. Like fully appeared, I could see it." There was silence on the other end, then a long sigh. "I was hoping you wouldn't call about this." "What does that mean?" "It means I've been seeing them at my place too, ever since I stayed with you." My blood went cold. This was my fault. I'd somehow infected him with whatever curse or haunting or mental illness was plaguing me. Justin told me he'd been seeing shadowy figures dart into his bathroom whenever he went to shower. At first, he thought it was just his imagination, stressed from work and lack of sleep. But 3 days ago, he'd seen one standing at the foot of his bed when he woke up in the middle of the night. It had been watching him sleep. "What do they want from us?" I asked, voice cracking. "I don't know. But Morgan, I think they're getting braver or stronger." After hanging up with Justin, I sat on my couch, the TV on mute just so there would be some light and movement in the room. I didn't want to be alone in silence, not with them. Around noon, my phone rang again. It was my sister Victoria. I almost didn't answer. She lives 3 hours away and has a busy life with her husband and kids. We're not super close, but something made me pick up. "Hey, Vic," I said, trying to sound normal. "Morgan." Her voice was tight, controlled in that way it gets when she's freaking out but trying to hide it. "I need to ask you something, and I need you to be honest with me." My heart started racing again. "Okay." "When I was at your place last month for Mom's birthday, did you see anything strange in your house? Anything dark?" I nearly dropped the phone. Victoria had never, not once in our entire lives, acknowledged the shadows. Even when we shared a bedroom as kids and I'd wake up screaming about the man in the corner, she'd tell me to grow up, that there was nothing there. "Why are you asking me this now?" My voice was barely a whisper. She was quiet for so long I thought the call had dropped. Then she said, "Because I saw something at your house, and now I'm seeing things at mine." Just like Justin, it was spreading. Victoria told me that during her visit, she'd seen a crouched figure behind me when I was cooking dinner. At first, she thought it was just a weird shadow from the kitchen light, but then it had stood up, taller and taller until it nearly touched the ceiling. And it had eyes, Morgan. Pure white eyes that seemed to glow against its pitch-black body. When she looked directly at it, it ran. Not away from her, but toward the room where her kids were playing. She'd convinced herself it was just exhaustion, a trick of the light. She didn't say anything because she didn't want to scare me or seem crazy. But when she got home, things started happening in her house too. Objects moving, cold spots, shadows that shouldn't exist based on the lighting. "I've been burning sage every day," she told me. "The kids are staying at Mom's. I told her they had lice." She gave a hollow laugh. "I'm not coming back to your house, Morgan. I'm sorry, I can't. Whatever is there." It followed me home. After Victoria hung up, promising to call me if things got worse, I sat in stunned silence. All these years, I thought I was alone in seeing these things. Now I knew my sister had seen them too, and whatever was in my house was contagious, like some kind of spiritual virus. As the afternoon wore on, I tried to distract myself with TV, with cleaning, with anything, but the shadows were getting bolder. I kept seeing them in doorways, ducking behind furniture when I turned to look. Once, I swear I saw one peeking around my refrigerator at me, pulling back quickly when our eyes met. Around 4 p.m. something shattered in my bedroom. I ran in to find my jewelry box on the floor, contents scattered everywhere, the mirror inside broken to pieces. It had been on my dresser at least 3 feet from the edge. There was no way it fell by itself. As I knelt to clean up the mess, I felt something brush against my hair, like fingers gently touching the strands. I jerked away, heart pounding, and saw nothing, but the air was colder there, right where I'd felt the touch. I couldn't stay in the house anymore. I grabbed my keys and drove to the local coffee shop just to be around people. Normal people who didn't see shadows with white eyes. I ordered a latte I didn't want and sat in the corner, back to the wall so I could see the whole place. For 2 hours, I felt safe. The shadows never appear when there are lots of people around, but as the shop started to empty out as closing time approached, I saw one standing by the door, watching me. No one else seemed to notice the impossibly dark figure that didn't match any object casting a shadow. I left in a hurry, nearly forgetting my phone on the table. The sun was setting as I drove home, and I dreaded going back to my house. But I had nowhere else to go. As I pulled into my driveway, I remembered the dream, the one I'd had repeatedly over the past month but had been trying to forget. In the dream, I'm sitting in my living room when my doorbell rings. I open it to find a woman standing there. She looks normal at first, but when I focus on her face, I realize she doesn't have one. Just smooth, blank skin where features should be. My sister is suddenly behind me, though in real life she lives hours away. She invites the woman in, over my protests. The faceless woman glides into my house and heads straight for the guest room, where, in the dream, my niece and nephew are sleeping. The faceless woman tries to touch the children, but something stops her, like an invisible barrier. So instead, she starts whispering to Victoria, trying to convince her to pick up the children and bring them to her. I always wake up before I see if Victoria does it. Sitting in my car in the growing darkness, I wondered if the dream and the shadows were connected, if the faceless woman was their leader, or something worse. I finally went inside, turning on every light in the house. I tried calling Justin again, but it went straight to voicemail. Same with Victoria. I was alone. As the night deepened, the shadows grew more numerous. I saw them everywhere, peeking around corners, sliding along walls, standing motionless in the center of rooms. Sometimes alone, sometimes in groups of 3 or 4, always watching me. I barricaded myself in my bedroom, pushing my dresser against the door. I sat on my bed, back against the headboard, lights blazing. I wasn't going to sleep, not with them out there. Around midnight, the power went out. All at once, every light in the house died, plunging me into darkness. I fumbled for my phone, turning on the flashlight, but it barely cut through the thick blackness. And then I heard it. Footsteps, slow, deliberate footsteps coming up the stairs, not the rushed patter of the shadow people, but something heavier, more solid. The doorknob to my bedroom turned. The dresser blocking it began to inch forward, pushed by something strong on the other side. I was paralyzed with fear, unable to scream, unable to move. The dresser slid another inch, another. enough for something to start squeezing through. In the dim light of my phone, I saw a hand grip the edge of the door. A woman's hand, but wrong somehow. The fingers too long, the skin too pale, as if it had never seen the sun. And then my phone died. Complete darkness enveloped me. I heard breathing that wasn't mine, felt the mattress dip as something sat on the edge of my bed. I still don't know how much time passed before I found the courage to reach out, to see if what I was feeling was real. My fingers touched something cold and smooth. Not skin, not fabric. Something else. The lights came back on suddenly, blindingly bright. My bedroom was empty. The dresser back in its place against the wall, not the door. My phone on the nightstand, fully charged. But there was evidence it hadn't been a dream or hallucination. On my arm, 5 bruises were forming. Fingertip bruises, like someone had gripped me, hard, and written in the condensation on my bathroom mirror, a message I couldn't possibly have left myself. We have always been here. I don't know what to do. I don't know what they want. All I know is they're getting stronger, closer, more real every day, and now they're following the people I care about, spreading like a disease. If you've experienced anything like this, please tell me. Tell me I'm not crazy. Tell me how to make them go away, because I don't think I can take another night like last night. And somehow, I know tonight will be worse.